requesting all of you to bow for a moment of silence for prayer or meditation. Thank you very much. If the host officials are ready, they can play the anthems for us before we start officially. If the anthems are not ready, may we continue? Sebo?
Yes, ma'am, we can continue.
The anthem's not ready.
No.
It's fine. Thank you. Thank you very much. So, to the chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, as well as the speaker, Minister Nkosazana Dlamini-Zuma, deputy ministers, members
Recording in progress.
Members of Executive Council in provinces, members of Parliament, leaders of Chapter 9 institutions, ladies and gentlemen, the United Nations Secretary General once said, and I quote, "We have been brought to our knees by a microscopic virus. It has laid bare risk we have ignored for decades: inadequate health systems, gaps in social protection, structural inequalities, environmental degradation, including the climate crisis." And close quote. The outbreak of the COVID-19 pandemic in March 2020 found South Africa's economy very vulnerable. In fact, at the time the pandemic reached our shores, the South African economy had experienced 2 consecutive quarters of recession. I'm sorry, let me just get my pages, because I prefer pages, and that is why sometimes you will find me looking to the side. For the past decade, the South African economy has experienced stagnation, which has put tremendous strain on efforts to meaningfully address the historical structural inequalities, unemployment, and poverty. Sustained low rates of economic growth, particularly since 2008, have limited the volume of income for redistribution. Inequality has not been reduced. Ownership of the economy remains highly concentrated, and higher economic returns continue to accrue to those already endowed with capital and skill. Our poor education and training outcomes also weaken and decelerate efforts to meaningfully transform the economy. In all this, an ambitious project to create a developmental state to progress further away from the legacy of the inherited apartheid economy has been hamstrung by the absence of the necessary coherence, capability, and effective coordination across the broader state machinery. As a consequence, short-termism and populism are on the rise. Our failure to grasp the importance of inclusive economic growth means we have been unable to create jobs, accelerate industrialization, invest in infrastructure and skills development, raise wages and productivity, and embark on ambitious social welfare projects at a pace that is fast enough to meet the needs of a growing population. In well-run institutions, operations are transparent. Normal operations management keeps leakages, including theft and corruption, to a controllable minimum level. In the state sector in South Africa, it seems that whole systems, from beginning to end, are open to manipulation and result in substantial leakages that are reflected in overpricing of inputs and supplies, payments for non-existent supplies, poor quality outputs, and sometimes no delivery to citizens at all. We often spend more for less, and furthermore, less comes with future high maintenance, repairs, and even replacement costs. Distinguished delegates, there is an overwhelming consensus amongst the majority of stakeholders that there should be substantial structural change in the economy that would unlock growth and allow for development. Adversity often also comes with opportunity. South Africa is now on the threshold of an important opportunity to imaginably and with unity of purpose reshape its economic landscape. The current conjuncture presents an opportunity to meaningfully reset the South African economy. It is an opportunity to build a new inclusive economy that will benefit all South Africans. This is a moment for a permanent and decisive break with our past of low and declining growth, falling per capita income, low investment, as well as high and deeply entrenched levels of inequality, poverty, and unemployment. By convening this summit, Parliament seeks to strengthen and accelerate efforts to build an activist developmental state, particularly for purposes of promoting inclusive economic growth. Through targeted and strategic oversight, we seek to ensure that the broader state machinery works cohesively and strategically to achieve South Africa's developmental objectives. To this end, the ERRP provides the platform and roadmap from which to drive inclusive growth and create mass employment. Beyond this session, the NCOP in particular, as guided by its three-sphere coordination mandates, seeks to ensure synergy, cooperation, and coordination of all strategic development catalyzing projects, which are both scalable and able to create mass employment. Honorable delegates, there is consensus among social partners that to generate growth and inclusive development within the context of South African historical trajectory require an exceptional form of state, which means a capable state. Ziya Onis, a Turkish political economist, has argued that developmental states that perform well are those that have clear developmental plans as well as the proper support of the political elite. We as Parliament are here through the sectoral agenda to provide the political support in order to accelerate inclusive economic growth. As members of Parliament, we agree that we need a multi-pronged approach to bring about a democratic developmental state in South Africa, and it is feasible. Policies, the sectoral compact, and the creation of a developmental state require a clear developmental agenda, which is implemented in a targeted and meticulous manner. Visionary leadership that is capable of mobilizing support across interests and sectors and managing spoilers are required. We call for a recovery process that leaves no one behind and for a recovery that is smart and leaps forward instead of only fixing the immediate issues and restoring the status quo. Thus, the immediate measures have to be complemented with policy solutions that target the medium and the long-term impact. Honorable delegates, the ERRP is aimed at stimulating equitable and inclusive growth. Let this plan not be a pact for the elite, but let its discourse be discussed in all street corners, church gatherings, political rallies, while enabling a festival of ideas to shape the form and content of this blueprint. Above all, let us place implementation of the Economic Reconstruction and Recovery Plan at the center of our transformation agenda as one of the most suitable mechanisms to realize the transformation we seek. I repeat what I've been saying before. South Africa has never been short of economic policy documents and prioritized plans. It is policy rich, and it needs also to be implementation rich. Hopefully, we won't fail to make this true. Just yesterday, or the day before yesterday, we were debating on the issue of youth empowerment and youth development. And I don't think any one of us can be proud with the kind of stats that has been delivered in the quarterly labor, survey, quarterly labor force survey. I don't think we can be proud of the fact that more of our young people are finding themselves at the periphery of the economy. And we will have to devise means as to how to implement our wonderful plans and policies to make sure that we have an inclusive economy that will bring better growth in service delivery. With that few words said, we want to continue with the program because if it's possible, we want to be here, out of here earlier rather than later to make sure that people are still able to attend to their families and to other issues. With that said, I want to welcome once more all of you to this event, and I want to express my sincere appreciation for those that are consistently reporting supporting us through these programs, particularly the sectoral program. We really want to make sure that in discussing and flagging and also in doing our oversight properly, we will at least see the restoration of the economy, particularly post-COVID, as one that is targeted and one that is really reaching its ultimate potential. With that said, you are welcome, and we will immediately request DG Nkuna to continue with the program by doing a presentation on rebuilding a new economic path and unleashing South Africa's true potential. I just want to, before I give over to the DG, once again express our sincere appreciation to Dr. Nkosazana Dlamini-Zuma for consistently supporting us as the NCO.
Recording in progress.
Department of Minerals and Energy. Now, Chair, what we're going to do, we will provide an overview on the state of the implementation of the ERRP. And I take it that we will not cover everything that members want to hear and engage on. And if it is necessary, we are willing to come back to the NCOP or some other platform to come and talk about the details, particularly when it comes to what is happening in the provinces and also in the localities. So we are aware that we may be required to provide some detail in terms of what is actually going on with the implementation of the ERRP. So combine the DPME and the economic clusters of DGs, we are at your disposal to engage on any other matter pertaining to economic recovery and reconstruction. So Chair, with your permission, I will ask Ms. Maraba to start with the presentation, and at the end, all of us as a team of 4 are going to respond to the questions that may arise. Thank you.
Thank you, DG. Good morning to honorable members, and thank you for the opportunity. May I be allowed to share because I am disabled?
I have already done that through you, Deputy Chair.
Yes, it's, thank you, Sebo. Is it impossible for Ms. Marawa to show us her face? But for now, yes, we may continue. The document is shared.
Thank you, honorable members. Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity to make a presentation on the overview of the economic recovery plan, economic reconstruction and recovery plan. The economic reconstruction and recovery plan focuses on 8 areas, which are ensuring energy security, industrialization that is growing the productive economy, presidential employment program, infrastructure that meets the goals of National Development Plan, the macroeconomic interventions and enablers for economic growth. It also focuses on the green economy interventions and looks at agriculture and food security, and finally reviving the tourism sector. In terms of energy security, the following has been the focus. The focus has been mainly on the increasing generation capacity in the country. The first program is a program that focuses on renewable energy bid window 5. That program targets to generate 2,600 megawatts. Currently, 25 preferred bidders have been announced and procurement has commenced. A total of 2,583 megawatts have been procured on this program, and financial closure has been achieved. Most of the successful bidders are in the process of constructing their projects. Then the second program is what is called the Risk Mitigation Independent Power Producer Program. This particular program has been added to the Integrated Resource Plan, and its target is to generate 2,000 megawatts. The emergency procurement program has been delayed. Procurement has commenced, and some of the projects have reached financial closure. but some due to legal challenges have not. So in terms of the implementation of this program, we are actually you've started the implementation, but the implementation is experiencing some challenges. Then a third intervention that has also been introduced is the small-scale embedded generation. The Minister of Mineral Resources and Energy, through Section 34 determination, has enabled the construction of a small-scale embedded generation up to 100 megawatts without going through rigorous processes. You just need a license which will be issued by our regulator, NESA. Through that program, which was implemented in August in 2021, already 553 small-scale embedded generators have been registered and approved by NESA, and those generators have actually committed 268 megawatts, and those projects are ongoing and in construction phase. So we classified that as green with actually 268 megawatts under construction. The fourth program is the Renewable Energy Bid Window 6. Under this Bid Window 6, the target is to procure 2,600 megawatts. Through this program, the procurement is commenced. The request for proposal was issued on 7 April 2022. The closing date is 13 August. We are expecting 2,600 megawatts, and we have commenced that bid window, and appointment, shortlisting of the successful bidders will be sometime after August 2022. So it is in line with the proposed plan according to the integrated resource plan. The remainder of 11,831 megawatts are awaiting Section 34 ministerial determination. So in line with the plan, the minister will be issuing that, and this is an ongoing program. Then another important element in terms of energy security is the formation of the transmission company from a restructured ESCOM, which would facilitate the trading of electricity. This has been achieved in 2021. The National Transmission Company was established. I will provide more detailed on that as we proceed. Then another element also was the establishment of the tabling of the upstream petroleum bill. This is very important and strategic because we need to ensure that as South Africa, we have our own petroleum exploration. We also produce on our own shores to minimize import of petroleum products. The department has successfully finalized the upstream petroleum bill, and this has been tabled in Parliament on the 1st of July, and the project is completed. The department will be now focusing on attracting investors on our shores. Then another important program that was also completed is the finalization of the Biofuels Regulations. The Biofuels Regulations enable the country to blend our products with biofuels, and this would assist in minimizing the import of petroleum products. This also was achieved on 1 September 2021. Another important program is the preparation for the nuclear new build program, which is occurred and ministerial determination provided, and it is targeting to procure 2,500 megawatts. The ministerial determination was approved by NESA, but the approval also carried onerous conditions. The department is working on ensuring that it complies with the conditions that has been placed by NESA in order to begin the investment in the 2,500 megawatts. Then another last and important project to enhance energy security is the extension of the life of Cooperatives project, which has commenced. The project has already commenced. It is anticipated that the refurbishment is completed by 2024. All the plans relating to that particular project are on schedule. In terms of the overall achievements of what has been taking place within the Independent Power Producer Program, we can report that 92 independent power producers 92 independent power producer preferred bidders have been appointed, and 6,222 megawatts have been procured. Of these, 5,250 megawatts are already operational, and these are coming from 81 independent power producers that have contracted through the Independent Power Producer Program. Through this, we are actually receiving 62,941 gigawatt hours generated from renewable energy, and we had a total investment of nearly 210 billion from these various windows that have been procured. So in a nutshell, that's the achievement of the Independent Power Producer Program. Then another important element in terms of the energy security is also to monitor and reflect on the ESCOM fleet plant performance. We call that energy availability factor. The energy availability factor is expected to be on average 75.5%, but throughout the calendar year 2021, the energy availability factor has been 61.8%. That basically shows that we have generation constraints, and ESCOM is not able to meet the required energy availability factor. And this has been reflected in some of the challenges that we have had. The graph clearly demonstrates that what has been expected, we are supposed, according to the ERRP, our generation capacity is supposed to be at 7.5. But unfortunately, the generation capacity is lower than what has been anticipated, and this is a major challenge to the energy security. We anticipate that as we proceed, due to the poor plant performance of most of our coal power plants which are aging, we will continue to have unplanned outages, and this will lead to further deterioration of the energy availability factor. As we stand now, our energy availability factor is at 58.8%, which is much lower than what has been anticipated. ESCOM and the Department of Mineral Resources and Energy, the Department of Public Enterprises are working on ensuring that ESCOM addresses the issue of plant performance, but from the ESCOM outlook, the challenges of plant performance will continue for the foreseeable future, but we are also working hard, as indicated in the Independent Power Producer Program, that additional power generation is actually being procured in order to mitigate some of these challenges. But given the nature of the energy projects, it will not be possible to have our energy operationalized as quickly as we want. Then in terms of the separation and unbundling of ESCOM, the Department of Public Enterprise, together with the Department of Mineral Resources and Energy, are working on it. The separation has been achieved. In December 2021, the National Transmission Company was established, registered, and incorporated as a wholly owned subsidiary of ESCOM. A license application for the National Transmission Company was submitted to the National Energy Regulator on the 24th of December, and we are looking forward to the finalization of that application. The process to appoint the non-executive directors is also in progress. ESCOM is currently busy with the due diligence of both the generation and distribution companies. ESCOM is also preparing the Public Finance Management Act application for establishment of a distribution and a generation company. Then the legal separation of the transmission, generation, and distribution will be completed after the finalization of the Electricity Regulation Act, which is currently undergoing public participation. Then the second element of the economic recovery plan is the industrialization, focusing on growing the productive economy. This particular intervention has been marked by the government focusing on in master plans that are focusing on specific areas. For example, we have the automotive plan, then retail CTFL, poultry plan, master plan, the sugar master plan, the tourism recovery plan, the forestry master plan, the furniture master plan, and the steel master plan. These master plans have been completed, approved, and are under ongoing implementation in their respective various sectors. So these master plans are decisive strategic interventions that will stimulate the respective areas of focus. In terms of the master plans, the ones that are above are completed. Then the digital economy and the aerospace defense have also been completed and are awaiting executive authority committee approval. And then the creative master plan has been approved by the cluster and it's en route to cabinet. So these are some of those master plans that are completed and will be ready for implementation. The respective departments will be reporting on the progress in terms of implementation, and the progress will reflect on the investments invested in the master plans, the industrial impact of the master plans, and the employment creation also stimulated by the various master plans. Some of the master plans have also achieved reasonable progress. When you look at the plastic, chemicals, renewable energy, cannabis, agro-processing, oceans economy, and mining beneficiation, these master plans have been gone through the project steering committee for the master plans, but they've not yet been presented to the cluster for approval to go to the cabinet. Some of the master plans have, two of the master plans have received a limited progress. One is the gas master plan, the other one is on health. The two respective departments have been urged to ensure that they conclude and present the master plans. The gas master plan is, in fact, concluded all the preliminary research and consultation with stakeholders. It is awaiting presentation at the project steering committee for the master plans so that it can go to the cluster. Then in terms of the presidential employment program, the presidential employment program has a number of highlights. The school assistance program has been delivered quality outcomes, and most schools have participated in the program. The Social Employment Fund and Youth Service is finalizing the contracting of 100,000 opportunities. All metros have started implementing as from February and signing also the DORA, which will create 30,000 opportunities. Strong outcomes from the MISA West programs in Umsunduzi and Mtata Slow is in progress. It is targeting about 7,607 posts. All 26 universities signed up for graduate program. They are also now recruiting an estimated number of 3,000. This particular program has experienced a few challenges which with respect to the transfer of funds, but the respective departments are working on it. We have also had challenges that have been confronted by a number of departments, we are still, as departments, we are working on the programs. The government to person payment systems are also having challenges, but we are working on those. So a number of challenges have been identified, but mitigating measures have also been put in place to ensure a smooth flow of the presidential employment program. Overall, the outcome of the presidential employment program has been that it targeted to benefit almost 700,000 beneficiaries, and 534 beneficiaries, which is 77% has been achieved. The opportunities that have been created 178,797, and a total budget of 12.6 billion has been used. In terms of specific jobs created, it is clear that the target was 269,000 jobs, about 199 jobs have been 199,173 jobs have been created, and those are the departments that have contributed to creation of the jobs. Then in terms of the livelihoods supported, the target was 199,173, again 115,718 has been achieved. Then in terms of jobs, and of those, overall 84% were youth and 66% of those were women. Of the jobs that have been retained, about the target was 60,000, and the program managed to achieve about 40,399, which is a 66%, and the departments that have been active are also reflected. There has been an underutilization of funds for jobs retention, but we have put in place mitigation measures to ensure that in the this coming financial year, these issues will be mitigated. Then another important program is the infrastructure that meets the goals of a national development plan. Through that, there has been an analysis of what has been happening. The important intervention is to increase infrastructure investment. The intended outcome is to grow the fixed capital formation. So in terms of the outcome of the program, the public sector spent 65% of the 280 billion on infrastructure budget in 2021, which is a decrease from 71% in 2019-2020 budget. So we will be working on ensuring that the respective projects are implemented efficiently. And I will explain why some of the budget could not be spent according to plan. In Q4 of 2021, the total fixed capital formation increased by 1.9% quarter on quarter, with the private sector increasing 4.2% and the public cooperation by 1.4%, but general government actually decreased by 6.9%. As a proportion of GDP, investment increased by 14.4%. The main challenges that have limited growth in the fixed capital formation is lack of skills required for project design, project preparation, project development, and project implementation. We have a lack of long-term infrastructure planning. Delays in procurement processes have also resulted in some of the projects being postponed or cancelled. And another important element is inadequate funding, inability of public sector to generate funding required for projects, and delayed payment from government. While those challenges have been identified, mitigation measures are also being put in place to ensure that our project implementation is smoothless. Then another important intervention has been to stimulate construction sector with the intention to increase sector contribution to GDP and sector value-add growth and growth in sector confidence. In Q4 of 2021, the FNB and Bureau of Economic Research Composite Building Confidence Index declined slightly to 34 index points from 35 index points in Q3 of 2021, while the Civil Construction Index declined to 15 index points from 17 index points. Construction sector declined quarter on quarter from 2021 by 2.2%. Overall, the sector declined during 2021 by 1.9%. And this is the fifth consecutive year with the decline in the construction sector. The main challenges that have been identified is also poor project management, governance, monitoring and evaluation, low productivity, high labor turnover, labor disputes and strikes, threats of construction mafia, and other disruptive behaviors in construction sites. the impact of COVID has also contributed, and a number of issues have then been identified. But while these have been identified, we have also ensured that we encourage the sector through the enabling environment to make sure that we increase our investment and productive efficiency in the construction sector, since it plays a strategic role in stimulating the economy. Another third intervention is to improve the quality and rate of infrastructure investment, which will then target a quality and quantum of investment to support growth and job creation in the country. The infrastructure, with respect to this, the infrastructure fund has packaged a number of catalytic programs and projects with a capital value of 21 billion. Of this, 22.6 billion was approved through the fifth window of the budget facility for infrastructure for social housing program. Phase 2, cluster 2 of the student housing infrastructure program, phase 1 of the Oliphant Fontaine and Ebenezer water supply scheme program, with the remainder of the funding to be sourced from project owners' equity and debt from the capital markets. Then the challenges and mitigation is the budget reforms and improvements in infrastructure value chain are being undertaken to improve the efficiency of spending. But in a nutshell, the program is been since a significant implementation. Then another important area of intervention through the economic reconstruction and recovery is looking at macroeconomic interventions and enablers of growth in the economy. We have tabled the macroeconomic interventions, the structural reforms that are critical for a stronger, more durable recovery. And this we have shown. The green shows that the reform has been successful. The orange shows that the reform is in progress but is experiencing some challenges or delays, and the red indicate that there are critical challenges in the implementation process. So I will report by exception. The EMBA, we are looking at to implement emergency procurement of 2,000 megawatts, while the department is advertised, shortlisted and appointed bidders. The Department of Mineral Resources and Energy has experienced challenges, legal challenges, and they have been taken to court, and they are awaiting the outcome of the court proceedings. But part of the programs that had not been linked to the court proceeding have been finalized, and is now going to, with financial closure achieved, and will be going into the implementation phase. Then the implementation of the ERRP 2019 to increase the new generation capacity, it is on progress, and most of the bid windows have been promulgated in line with the different time frames. The minister is given the determinations. We are experiencing some of legal challenges, but the department is working on it. Then to improve energy availability factor, as I've already indicated, the initial average that was expected was 75.5%, but currently ESCOM is at about 58.8%. It's a major challenge, which is coming from the fact that most of our coal plants are old and they are having serious unplanned shutdowns, which affects the energy availability factor. Both ESCOM, DPE, and Department of Mineral Resources and Energy are working on the challenges, and we anticipate that this will be addressed. Then addressing institutional inefficiencies in municipal electricity distribution infrastructure, that's a major challenge as well. It requires substantial financial investment in the distribution infrastructure. Both the municipalities are aware, and ESCOM is aware, and there is concerted effort to ensure that the municipalities pay attention to the distribution infrastructure. Then they finalize rapid deployment policy and policy direction. That's also being considered, but they've been considerable delays. Then establishing a national water resource infrastructure agency. Some work has been done, but there still is a bit of challenges. Addressing institutional inefficiencies in municipal water distribution, that also is receiving attention, but also equally have some challenges. And then to improve efficiency of ports, the department is working on it, but we also have challenges. The finalization of the paper on national rail policy that is receiving attention. Then to implement third-party access to freight rail network is also a major challenge. And with respect to this, this also affects especially small-scale miners in the mining sector who would want to put their products on rail for export. It's a major and strategic element which also requires intervention. Then the expand visa waiver and explore visa recognition systems. The Department of Home Affairs is working on this, and this is very strategic and important, especially if we are to grow our tourism sector. So there are a lot of dependencies on some of these which are affecting also the overall impact of the reconstruction and recovery plan, but the different government departments and the economic cluster in particular is working on most of these interventions and assisting to ensure that we unbottle the challenges that are being confronted. One of the interventions that have been identified is the green economy interventions. And through the green economy interventions, one of the important areas is the Section 18 industry waste management plans. The department intends to have 30% waste diverted from landfills. This target has been experienced a number of challenges. The department is only been able to achieve 12.6%. However, they have identified the challenges and corrective measures, and the corrective measures are already in progress. The processing of fee review is underway, and once it is completed, the department anticipates that this particular program will be implemented and rolled out successfully. The second intervention that the department is also put in place is to increase the number of waste buyback centers constructed and refurbished during the financial year 2021-22, and this will improve in the quality of waste management services. They have completed 2 in East and the Western Cape. There are 3 in progress at an advanced planning stage in the Free State and Gauteng. The challenges that they have experienced is through the supply chain procurement processes, but the department has also put in place corrective measures to make sure that the supply chain procurement processes are much more efficient. The last intervention on the green economy is the support for SMMEs and cooperatives. The target was for the department to have 300 small contractors trained in the forestry sector. To date, 74 potential contractors have been trained on chainsaw operations, and the department is actually also included youth and young people in their training programs, and they are progressing successfully in rolling out the program. The 7th intervention is agriculture and food security. Through this, the department has done a number of interventions to enable the emergence of industrial and medicinal hemp and cannabis industry. This is one of the master plans that has been tabled, which is the cannabis master plan, and is now currently being implemented. In terms of the progress, the minister has announced the commencement of issuing of hemp permits as of the 29th of October 2021, and the first batch of hemp application and start issuing permits to some of these has been made. There are a few challenges that are being resolved by the department to make sure that the legal challenges posed by the Drug Act should be prioritized, as failure to address this will put the whole issue of hemp permits at risk. The department is seized with the matter and is working towards ensuring that this is successfully finalized and stakeholders consulted. Then another important element is the sign of the Agriculture and Agro-Processing Master Plan. The negotiations phase for this is with social partners has been commenced, and the department intended to conclude by March and ensure that they finalize the master plan so that it can be tabled to the cluster and finally to cabinet, and then implementation commences. Currently also the land, one intervention of the Department of Agriculture is to make sure that underutilized land is turned into production to uplift poor households from poverty. This program is really geared on ensuring that we support food security programs, and the budget has been set aside, and this particular project is resulted in supporting 300,000 small, it is targeted to support 300 small holders by 2030. About 15.7 million hectares of land have been planted with food under production. And through this, the farmers depend on, most farmers depend on rainfall, which is erratic and unreliable. And it also makes their productive activities inefficient, and the department is now going to ensure that in order to increase the productive efficiency of these small farmers or small holders, they will assist in increasing irrigation support and investment to mitigate the dryland farming. Another important intervention is to ensuring more support to emerging small-scale farmers to upscale production schemes, and 4,021 smallholder farmers have been supported by the department. Another important intervention to the agricultural sector that is being implemented by the department is to ensure support to emerging and small-scale farmers to upscale production schemes. And this is done by ensuring that there is extension personnel available to support the different farmers that the department is working with and supporting. 175 million has been set aside for the program, and as a result of that, 678 assistant agricultural practitioners were employed. Out of those, 438 are women and 619 are young people. 4 people with disabilities were also included in this program. The plan is to recruit fully functional extension practitioners. However, due to challenges to source sustainable funding, agriculture graduates were employed as AAPs with a stipend of 7,000 rands per month for 3 months. The program is rolling out successfully, but it is important also to address the challenges of registration to professional bodies and ensuring that there is sufficient funding to employ on a full-time functional basis extension practitioners who will assist the smallholder farmers that are being supported by the department. The last intervention is reviving the tourism sector. With respect to the tourism sector, there are about 9 intervention areas. The first is to protect the supply base through the market entry facilitation program. The department through this program is engaged with provinces and product owners of strategic tourism assets in order to rejuvenate and protect supply. The database of distressed high-impact tourism investment is regularly updated, and projects have been introduced to fund the partners. Then another important intervention is to roll out a maintenance program of state-owned attractions. This maintenance program is focused on national parks, and it has approximately 801 participants, 296 being women, 466 youth, and 17 people with disabilities. The accounts of the 808 FETs and about 185,000 persons days have been utilized. The procurement process for the expansion of the program into provincial parks is at an advanced stage. But in a nutshell, the department is ensuring that we support our national parks assets and ensure that their state of readiness to attract and be used by more tourists is enhanced. Then another important strategic intervention is to reignite the domestic tourism market and develop targeted campaigns. This is focusing on ensuring that we have more of our own domestic tourists visiting our tourist attractions, especially under COVID. It was important to make sure that we have our own people taking advantage of the tourism sector to keep it sustainable. The key highlights on the Month of Love campaigns took place. Preliminary consumers reaching 21 million. The key challenges was to the increase in petrol prices, which impacted domestic tourism, which relies on road transportation. Then the fourth intervention is to implement norms and standards to create consumer confidence. The norms and standards were published in the Gazette on 3 December 2021 for implementation. This allows standardization and quality product services and quality services to our tourists, and it allows us to benchmark ourselves internationally, and that our norms and standards are going to ensure that they make our tourism sector a success and a attraction to both local and international tourists. The fifth intervention is to facilitate re-entry into regional and international markets. In December, a tourism activation was undertaken at the World Expo in Dubai, which attracted over 50,000 visitors to the South African pavilion. However, due to the travel bans imposed after the discovery of Omicron variant by South African scientists, we actually saw a decrease in the tourists. So it's one of those issues, but the department has actually initiated the re-entry into both the regional and international market. Then the department has also established a transformation, a fund to facilitate transformation in the sector, the Tourism Equity Fund. Unfortunately, the Tourism Equity Fund is under court interdict and thus cannot be implemented until the legal processes are concluded. So in a nutshell, the department wanted to support the BEEs, and has not been able to achieve that due to court interdict. Then one of the intervention is to build a pipeline of future conference, and mega events. The department has also been out and participating in various tenders in order to attract mega events, and this has been going on, and we are looking forward to the department attracting some of these events. This is a detailed various interventions that the department has put in place. I have explained them through the 8 points, but in a nutshell, they've highlighted 3 areas that they are looking at, which is to protect and rejuvenate the supply side of the tourism by going on the international market, by making sure that the norms and standards are benchmarked at international level, and making sure that we also have an enabling environment that would allow the industry to thrive. Then they are also, as a department, reigniting demand by ensuring that they promote the sector both to stimulate domestic demand and international demand, to also target mega events, and to participate in mega global market programs, which will assist the country to attract international tourists and making South Africa in an international destination of choice. In terms of the enablers, we are looking at the partners with relevant departments to ensure that we improve travel facilitation through implementation of e-visas, tourist safety and quicker turnaround times in the processing of operators' licenses. So the department is looking at both what it can do, what government can do, and what industry needs to do. Then they have also looked at strengthening and enabling capabilities. They launched an investment and resource mobilization program to support supply, the tourism regional integration program. They've reviewed the tourism policy to provide enhanced support for sector growth and development. They have also encouraged the deployment of vaccines through an overall government program that they've also put in place programs to stimulate demand through government consumption as well. The department has also identified risks that would also be a challenge to the program in a nutshell. I will not go through the three risks identified, but at least they have identified the risks. Then the last element is in a nutshell, the tourism sector. If you look at 2020, our tourism arrivals is decreased by 19.5%. We still have our main sources of tourism being Africa, and followed in Africa, our main source is Mozambique. Then in overseas markets, we also have Europe and USA, and we have shown the decrease in the number of tourists coming from the different destinations. But in a nutshell, the department is working towards regaining the eminence of the tourism sector so that it strategically contributes to the economic growth of the country. With that, I thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Is there still more, Mr. Nkuna?
Okay, thank you, Chairperson. Just maybe to wrap up our presentation, I think what is coming up here is that there is a lot that is being done, but the challenge is that employment creation remains a focus area, and most of the things that were reported on constitute what you would call enablers. And our view is that if we get these enablers right, we'll also move closer to job creation. So the focus now from the presidency point of view is to push and ensure that we achieve implementation, because it remains a challenge in a number of areas. That's one. But two is also to identify areas where we can massify job creation, and that work is currently being done. So on that note, Chairperson, we are willing to take some questions, and if there is information that we still need to submit, we'll be willing to do so. Thank you.
Thank you very much, DJ Nkuna. We will still continue with the presentations. We usually take the presentations and then we take an interactive discussion session. So if you can please bear with us and be very patient, because I think all of us have got a few questions, and we will then take the questions as soon as we have the majority of the presentations. Before we go to the provinces, we will take the questions. So we continue with our program, and we've been informed that for the vulnerability in the labor market, jobs, livelihood strategies and poverty in South Africa, the Honorable Minister of Employment and Labor have delegated the Deputy Minister, the Honorable Boitumelo Moloi, to do the presentation. We will be giving over to you, Honorable Moloi.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chairperson of the NCOP, honorable members of the NCOP, ministers and deputy ministers present, Honorable Chair and members of the Select Committee, ladies and gentlemen, thank you to the NCOP for this opportunity and for organizing this Economic Reconstruction and Recovery Plan Oversight Conference. As you have already alluded to the fact that our Minister, Minister Nwesi, is unable to attend and therefore has since deployed me to represent him in this conference. I must also indicate the fact that in terms of unemployment, the creation and preservation of jobs and the mitigation of unemployment are the priorities of this government and the focus of this ERRP. And these tasks are made more difficult by the unprecedented levels of unemployment, and currently standing at 34.5%. According to Stats SA Labour Force Survey for the first quarter of 2022, there's a little bit, a slight improvement on the previous quarter, which was at 35.3%. And similarly, a 1.9% GDP growth for quarter one of 2022 gives grounds for cautious optimism, with GDP returning to pre-COVID levels, although never particularly strong before the pandemic. And of course, honorable members, it is a persistent high unemployment, which accounts for major vulnerabilities in the labor market, making people vulnerable to job loss and poverty that goes with it. The factors behind this high unemployment are well known, among others, but not limited to the fact that the economy was already sluggish before the pandemic. The lockdowns to cap the spread of COVID-19 came at a heavy price of a 7% fall in economic activity and the shedding of up to 2 million jobs. And as economic activity started to recover last year, we were hit by the July riots, further destroying livelihoods and other jobs. And again, most recently, the KZN faced devastating floods which destroyed lives, infrastructure and jobs. And international events and economic trends have generally not assisted. And under the current circumstances, honorable members, ladies and gentlemen, the current circumstances of high unemployment, the state has to intervene, including via the presidential employment stimulus that has already benefited some 800,000 South Africans, youth in particular. And from the side of the Department of Employment and Labour, strategically, the department seeks to leverage its existing programs to intensify its employment mandate, whilst continue to play a regulatory role in the labour market to promote equitable, safe and decent work and provide social protection to workers through the UIF and compensation fund. This approach underpins our efforts to reconfigure the department to strengthen the employment mandate. In response to the job crisis, honorable members, the UIF has created and saved jobs through the investment with the Industrial Development Corporation, the PIC, the IDC, to the tune of 5 billion over 5 years. And these investments support SMMEs and Black industrialists, women-owned companies and startups, as well as preserving existing jobs. And Honorable Chairperson, through the UIF Labour Activation Program that we call LAB in short, the department contributes to training of the unemployed as part of the government's initiative to stimulate the creation of jobs in the labour market. And for the 2022-2023 financial year, the UIF's LAB program has set aside a budget of 3.1 billion to fund the training of the unemployed and including the normal TERS, which is the temporary employees relief funds and business turnaround and re-engineering. Through the training of unemployed program, the fund implements projects with implementing partners with employment guarantees at the end of the term of the project. And to this end, the KwaZulu-Natal Department of Education has already absorbed over 14,000 participants from one of the projects funded through the Labour Activation Program. The Temporary Employer-Employee Relief Scheme, normal tariffs, provides support to distressed companies that seek to retain their employees during difficult times. And the Business Turnaround and Recovery Program is funded by the UIF also to provide support to enterprises facing economic distress and initiatives aimed at preserving job losses. And our of most importance, Honourable Chair and Honourable Members, is that the Labour Activation Program has taken a strategic direction that training of the unemployed should be demand-led and lead to employment at the end of the training period. And in the medium-term expenditure framework period, the lab has planned for 75,000 participants in programs that enhance their employability. So we are doing away with the having to train people who are unemployable, and people must hop from one program to the other, which does not actually guarantee them permanent employment. So the Department's Public Employment Services, which is PES, the branch which drives the implementation of the labour market policies, including the provision of free career counselling, job placing, retaining and upskilling, retraining and upskilling, strives to create an enabling environment for employment growth. And it is important, Honourable Chairperson, that this service is utilized across the economy and across the public sector. So the department also actively participates in the Digital Pathway Network Management System, which as at January 2022 offered 674,000 job opportunities. And over the two phases of the Presidential Youth Employment Stimulus, 596,000 appointments of school assistants have been made, and the single largest youth employment program in the country, supporting the aims of the Presidential Youth Employment Intervention. So the department will also extend its UIF lab training projects aimed at creating jobs, particularly for the youth in the fiber optics, food handling and mixed farming sectors. So government existing employment programs are now aligned with the ERRP. And apart from the issue of employment, Honourable Chairperson, another vulnerability in the labour market is persistent low pay and unequal access, causing poverty and skewed demographics in terms of race and gender, especially at the high levels in the labour market itself. And the department has adopted the following policies and practices to address this anomaly. Over the last year, the department has extended 26 collective agreements to non-parties, and this is critical in fighting persistent poverty and inequality experienced by so many working people. The National Minimum Wage Act was assented to in 2018, setting a historic precedent in the protection of low-earning vulnerable workers in South Africa, and provided a platform for reducing inequality and the huge disparities in incomes. Honourable Chair. And the 6.9% adjustment of the national minimum wage increased rates from 21.69 to 23.19 per hour, effective from 1st of March 2022, is applicable to all sectors. And this increase will benefit our 892,000 domestic workers, who are overwhelmingly women, and 800,000 farm workers. And contrary to the opposition's belief, honourable ladies and gentlemen, the research findings indicates that there is no major negative impact on employment as a result of the national minimum wage. And the Employment Equity Amendment Bill is also intended to expedite the pace of transformation in the labour market and ensure that those non-compliant organizations or employers that resist transformation do not continue to financially benefit from the state contracts or doing business with the states. So developing labour market policies include the following. The draft national labor migration policy has been released for comment. In addition, the department is conducting a national roadshow to engage stakeholders in workshops. And the policy seeks to balance the constitutional rights of all to labor protections, the expectations of South Africans to access work, our international obligations and treaties, and the needs of the economy for scarce skills. So the department has also led the process of developing the South African National Employment Policy in collaboration with the International Labour Organization and leading local experts. Following a rigorous situational analysis, the first draft of the policy has been completed for consultation with social partners at NETLEC. And these policies have been developed with the employment issues as a major focus, honorable members. So, ladies and gentlemen, Honorable Chairperson, the Economic Reconstruction and Recovery Program, the ERRP, emerged from government engagement with social partners in NETLEC processes and the same processes of social dialogue that had drafted a unified societal response to the COVID-19 pandemic and produced earlier plans and agreements, for instance, in relation to ESCOM. The ERRP adopted a very focused approach, and on issues and sectors of greatest impact for economic growth and employment, which are as follows, but not necessarily limited to ensuring energy security, among others, industrialization or growing the productive economy, presidential employment stimulus, infrastructure that meets the goals of the MDP, and macroeconomic interventions and enablers of growth, the green economy intervention, agriculture and food security, and reviving the tourism sector. So the June 2022 progress report on implementation of the ERRP reported the following regarding ensuring energy security. The report indicates that of the 11 planned actions, 7 were either completed or proceeding well with no critical challenges to implementation. And in the meantime, of course, ESCOM plant performance has deteriorated since 2019. The unbundling of ESCOM to allow for the separation of focus on the separate business areas continues apace. Regarding industrialization or growing the economy, the productive economy, Honorable Chairperson, the report indicated that most master plans for critical sectors like tourism are completed, some are approaching completion or making reasonable progress, like the renewable energy itself. There is some progress in that. So regarding the presidential employment stimulus, the report indicated the following highlights: that the school assistant programs delivering at scale with quality outcomes for participants and schools, social employment fund, youth service finalizing contracting for 100,000 opportunities. All metros started implementation from February with signing the DORA, Division of Revenue Act. 30,000 opportunities existed there. Strong outcomes from MISA waste programs in Umsunduzi, Umtalazo in progress, where 7,607 already are in posts. And all 26 universities signed up for graduate programs and are now recruiting 3,000 graduates. So for those programs not meeting their targets or behind in meeting them, the main challenge are transfer of funds, procurement challenges, government to persons payment systems, and slow processes of concluding this memoranda of agreements. And regarding infrastructure that meets the goals of the NDP, the report indicated projects delayed due to lack of scarce skills and inadequate funding. So regarding macroeconomic interventions and enablers of growth, the report indicated that of the 26 planned actions, 50% were completed or proceeding well, whilst only 3 were experiencing critical challenges to implementation. And with regards to the green economy interventions, the report indicated progress in waste management projects with challenges being addressed so far. So with regards to agricultural and food security, the report indicated 5,000 extension personnel have been employed to support particularly small farmers, of which over 4,000 were being supported. So with regard to reviving the tourism sector, and I'm sure this report also was covered in the previous presentation that talks to tourism. So the report also indicated that the recovery plan for the sector is based on 3 strategic pillars to reignite demand, to rejuvenate supply, for instance, maintenance of critical tourist attractions, and to strengthen enabling capacity. So the ERRP succeeds in combining a focused approach to strategic sectors and critical barriers to growth, at the same time bringing together key stakeholders and an integrated approach across government with outcomes measured in economic growth and job opportunities, particularly for youth and women. A further potential and actual vulnerability of the labor market lies in the rapid pace of technological change and its potential to disrupt traditional labor markets patterns, which has given greater impetus to the pandemic. So the ILO, the International Labour Organization, has also published a study entitled The Next Normal, the Changing Workplace, 10 Trends from the COVID-19 Pandemic that are shaping workplaces in Africa, which was produced in 2022. So the ILO study finds that, I quote, the destabilizing effects of the COVID-19 pandemic have had dramatic social, economic, and health effects across African continent, while the consequences of the COVID-19 pandemic have been significant across the board. Some groups, such as informal and casual workers, have been hit especially hard. The COVID pandemic also had a dramatic effect on enterprises, with many struggling to remain afloat due to higher costs, government restrictions, and changing consumer behavior. Many African enterprises faced new costs, often associated with health and safety measures to ensure customers and workers are not exposed to COVID-19. I'm still quoting from the study, honorable members. Despite these challenging circumstances, many enterprises and their workers across the continent have taken a wide range of steps to adapt to this fluid environment. They have changed everything from the characteristics of their working space to their human resource strategies, and throughout it all have demonstrated great resilience and adaptability. Yet it is clear that the disruptive forces unleashed by COVID-19 will have long-term implications for African labor markets, close quote. So towards conclusion, Honorable Chairperson, the following trends were identified subsequently. Trend number 1, that remote work has grown dramatically but unevenly during the pandemic. And most future workplaces in Africa will be in person or hybrid, not fully remote. Remote work is changing how some enterprises hire people, for instance. So this has these effects, among others. Health and safety measures were widely adopted and beneficial for workers, for workplaces. Flexibility and adaptability have helped enterprises to navigate the pandemic. Digital communication, innovation, and teamwork skills are now top priorities for enterprises. Productivity has improved or remained constant at most enterprises. That the pandemic has deepened gender inequality at work. Social dialogue has been reinvigorated during the pandemic. And lastly, that labor laws have struggled to keep pace with rapid workplace changes. Honorable Chairperson, in particular, the ILO study points to the need to review the adequacy of labor laws and social protection to protect both informal workers and those employed through platform technologies. The social partners and government have already started to engage on these new challenges in network structures, and the approach of government must be to encourage and support the new opportunities that the new technologies bring along, which is the new skills, new processes, and products. Whilst mitigating the disruptive aspects of these changes, this is in large part what we mean by a just transition. And in the words of an earlier ILO report on the changing world of work, the approach must be one that seeks a human-centered workplace and world of work. I thank you, Honorable Chairperson, for your audience.
Thank you very much, Deputy Minister. We will continue with the program, and we will now ask the Dr. Dlamini Zuma on the building capacity at local government to accelerate the implementation of catalytic LED projects. So it's over to you, Dr. Zuma.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chairperson of the NCOP. My network is not very good, but I'll try and continue with the presentation with the showing my face. But if that fails, I'll have to switch off my video. Greetings to the Honorable. Greetings to Honorable Amos Masondo, the Chairperson of the NCOP, Honorable members of the NCOP, and fellow colleagues, ministers who are on the platform, and deputy ministers, MECs, and members of the mayor councils and local councils who are on the platform, and members of the Chapter 9 institutions, state-owned entities. Today, of course, we're gathered here paying tribute to, a day after paying tribute to the 76 youth uprising and subsequent youth activists. This generation secured for us political liberation, and today's generation continue to contribute to the cause of economic freedom in our lifetime. It is also befitting that you choose this day to host this dialogue on economic reconstruction and recovery. You also host this dialogue as our flags are flying at half-mast in honor of a great compatriot and king and a Pan-Africanist, who shall be interned next week on the 21st of June. He was a fervent defender of the poor, especially the rural people, and also a champion for local economic development and empowerment. So we would like to dedicate our contribution to his memory in the firm belief that our contribution will further promote the unity and development vision he and the development orientation monarchs that come and that came before him. We take this opportunity to extend our condolences to the royal family, the Pondo people, South Africans, and Africans at large. Honorable Deputy Chair, His Majesty departs at a time when we were working closely with him in realizing the aspirations of the Constitution and the Reconstruction and Development Program, which dictates that, I quote, "We should bring economic development to the people in the places where they live," close quote. Although before the COVID-19 pandemic, we were well in our way in trying to realize some of the key objectives in relation to the National Development Plan 2030, which include access to health, education, basic services. Owing to slow growth, we were not recording sufficient gains, especially on the economic front. The pandemic, though it was tragic and it has put us back, we must also take it as an opportunity to reset our economy such that it may be more just, equitable, and with benefit which benefits to the majority. Additionally, the pandemic exposed the capitalistic-based fallacy that less state could and should lead to even and just growth. Everywhere in the world, even in the most capitalist systems, approaches promoting state-led recovery have been adopted. These state-led programs have lessened the potential negative impact of COVID-19 with global shrinkages of 8.5%. This despite the initial prediction of between 15 and 20% shrinkage in the global economy. No doubt, public expenditure programs such as cash transfers, business support, local tax concessions have been at the center of global economic response, which have cushioned citizens. Despite these measures, an additional 1.5% of the global population became undernourished. Thus, about 990 million people were living in hunger in 2020 at the height of the pandemic. The sharpest rise was in Africa, where the prevalence of undernourishment became 21% of the population. On other measures too, the year 2020 was bad. Overall, more than 2.3 billion people, or 30% of the global population, lacked year-round access to adequate food. Gender inequality deepened, such that for every 10 food insecure men, there were 11 insecure women in 2020, up from 10.6 in 2019. The situation is similar in South Africa, where, according to Stats SA, over 10 million South Africans were food insecure at the height of the pandemic. 1 in every 5 Black Africans were affected by hunger, and more than half of women-headed households were faced by food insecurity. Whereas all provinces were affected, the Northern Cape was 17.6%, Eastern Cape 16.6%, recorded lesser food insecurity numbers than the national average of 23%. This may have been presumably because more households in those provinces participated in agricultural activities, be they subsistence or commercial. However, the national average of households participating in agricultural activities remained below 20% of the population. With global food price increases, mounting energy costs, and decline in employment in key sectors such as tourism, construction, and agriculture, the prevailing consensus became that an exceptional, capable, and capacitated state was required to generate the necessary growth and inclusive development. Thus, in October 2020, the President tabled the Economic Reconstruction and Recovery Plan. The plan takes a cue from global response plans, which have advocated for a more active developmental state, which intervenes in the economy whilst facilitating for aggressive infrastructure investment, job creation, food security, industrialization, localization, energy security, gender equality, youth inclusion, green economy, and mass public employment programs. Departing from previous plans, the ERRP called for some structural changes in the economy to unlock growth and allow for development that requires mobilization of all our resources and efforts in economic activities that will put the economy in a sustainable recovery trajectory. To this end, COCTA, through the Municipal Infrastructure Support Agency, MISA, received 50 million in the past financial year from the 284 million designated for the innovative solid waste management program of the Presidential Employment Stimulus Package. At this stage, 7,379 temporary waste management jobs were created to support 59 small, micro, and medium enterprises in 16 municipalities in KZN and Eastern Cape. Essentially, the program provides for short-term employment over 4 months with a view of delivering technical and innovative solutions to reduce, reuse, and recycle waste in rural and semi-rural areas, whilst interfacing with existing recycling programs. This is done by training local participants and developing local waste management enterprises, which are mainly run by women and young people. The program will contribute to cleaner and more livable towns and villages, whilst creating local sustainable jobs and income streams. We have also been allocated over 230 million for rolling out the program in 25 municipalities in the rest of the provinces. Work has begun towards the creation of 3,783 temporary jobs in Gauteng, Limpopo, and Mpumalanga through 29 SMMEs. Plans are also underway to create 4,500 temporary jobs in the Western Cape, Northern Cape, Free State, and Northwest. However, because the jobs are of the temporary nature and the need for both the jobs and cleanliness are of a permanent nature, we are having discussions with the President, Treasury, and the affected municipalities to ensure that the programs become a permanent feature in the development architect of our municipalities and communities. Deputy Chairperson, during our budget vote speech, we also highlighted that we have successfully piloted the remodeling of the Community Works Program in partnership with the National Youth Development Agency in Mpumalanga. We have dedicated 4.3 billion to this remodeling program, but this 4.3 is for the total CWP, which we believe can play an instrumental role in securing youth and women employment whilst getting and igniting local economies. Through the savings we have realized, we have increased the daily stipend of CWP, but we've also increased the number from 250 to 255,000. Specifically in Mpumalanga, our pilot site, the NYDA has employed 29,636 participants, utilizing over 306 million for implements, PPEs, stipends, and training. In Chief Albert Lutuli municipality in the township of Silobelo, young people collaborating with community members, transforming sites in the proximity of mines into food gardens. They are also assisting the municipality with fixing potholes, whilst also caring for the elderly in the Vuvuzenzele Old Age Home. The young people of Bushbuck Ridge, Chweni, Jindin, and the city of Mbombela are working with traditional councils and schools to plant and harvest the community food gardens to secure food security. Excess produce is sold to the local markets as an income generation stream for the youth, SMMEs and cooperatives. Everywhere where the NYDA is in operation in the province, ECD sorry about that. Everywhere where the NYDA is in operation in the province, ECD has found willing educators and caregivers, and the institution has complemented the efforts of the CWP by training 167 young entrepreneurs in business management. Going forward, the NYDA is collaborating with institutions such as Sandparks, Take a Lot, IBM, FNB, and the various sitters to secure exit strategies for the participants of the CWP. And this will be very helpful because they will exit and be able to generate their own income whilst we can bring in new participants. Honorable Chairperson, through these and other programs of our departments, we've learned that it is far better and more sustainable to build and rely on the agency of local communities. It is therefore our intention to direct more and more of our public procurement to local community organizations instead of big and distant contractors. To this end, we're collaborating with the relevant sitters, as well as Minister of Small Business, Transport and Higher Education, to direct training, construction and maintenance budget by incorporating the cooperative-based community economic development model into district development model. Therefore, we will pilot the initiative in 6 districts through 15 local municipalities, wherein we will train and on-the-job training for 1,000 participants who shall maintain our roads, our road infrastructure in those districts to rid them of potholes. The training of cooperatives and community members is complemented by the training municipal community development workers and municipal officials so that they may all have at least an NQF level 5 qualification in local and community economic development. However, the scarcity of skills and experience in local permeates beyond the area of local economic development. Our research shows that out of 2,747 municipal officials, only 1,565 officials, 53%, meet the minimum competency levels. Further, only 128 out of 248 chief financial officers have achieved minimum competency levels, whilst only 53.7% of senior managers have achieved minimum competence levels to sufficiently fulfill their roles in municipalities. According to the local government SITA skills shortage guide, 32% of vacancies which are hard to fill are because of the slow recruitment process, and a further 25% are because of lack of funding. According to the report, the scarcest skills include civil engineers, town and economic planners, policy analysts, finance managers, internal auditors, plumbers, and environmental scientists. To close these gaps, many municipalities spend considerable amounts of money on consultants, as recently emphasized by the Auditor General's report on municipalities. For its part, MISA has contributed towards strengthening and supporting the capacity of municipalities by implementing programs that are aimed at capacitating municipal officials, as well as creating a skills pipeline with a view to developing a new cohort of municipal officials for improved infrastructure management. These have included 519 municipal officials who have been trained in refresher courses in infrastructure-related disciplines. In addition to this, MISA has recruited 100 apprentices, 399 experiential learners, and 143 young graduates, in addition to 100 young people who are on MISA bursaries. Because of course, there is no economy, whether local or otherwise, that can develop without the requisite skills. But in municipalities, it's very clear that everyone needs to contribute to improving the skills in the municipalities. Of course, Honorable Deputy Chairperson, the implementation of some of these plans and the ERRP have been interrupted by the recent floods, which were of a national consequence and wreaked havoc in the provinces of KwaZulu-Natal, but to some extent in the Eastern Cape and Northwest, leaving thousands homeless. By all accounts, KZN has been the hardest hit province, with the floods having been described correctly as the most devastating floods in our history thus far. Of course, there is progress that has been made to get the provinces back on their feet as we move to the second stage, that of stabilization, rehousing people, restoring provision of services, as well as rehabilitating and reconstructing part of the infrastructure. And of course, it's a bit slower because we have to build back better. So we can't just take people back to where they were. We have to find new land and new sites and put infrastructure for them to go to places which will be more resilient to floods. Working through the Municipal Infrastructure Support Agency, MISA, together with the Department of Water and Sanitation, specialist engineers will have been providing technical expertise to municipalities, undertaking assessments, as well as supporting the National Disaster Management Center in the assessment of funding requests. However, what is also clear is that all plans of all departments and all spheres of government ought to integrate a disaster management plan, which must be funded and facilitate the risk reduction and mitigation so that the loss of lives can be avoided or minimized. It is also clear that our infrastructure requires better maintenance and speedier repairs. To this end, municipalities may now spend up to 10% of their MIG allocation to urgent repair and maintenance, water and sanitation infrastructure. An additional 5% can also be utilized for infrastructure asset management planning, which has been an Achilles heel for many municipalities and has led to loss of energy, water, sanitation resources, which are most visible when sewage spillages happen. We remain concerned that 39% of the municipalities we support through MIG have been spending far less than 70% of their MIG allocations over the past 4 years. 30 of these are water service authorities, with 64% of them being in the Northern Cape. We are working towards strengthening the support provided by MISA and other sector departments. This will require a more hands-on approach. Thus, we will vigorously implement Schedule 6B of the MIC, which allows the department to retain portions of the MIC and make allocations of underperforming municipalities so that we may directly help them to deliver on the much needed services. The conversion of the portion of the 2022-23 MIC allocations of these municipalities will coincide with the deployment of a detailed support plan. In the meantime, we are also encouraging the respective underperforming municipalities to utilize the 5% set aside for the enhancement of project management capabilities, which will assist with scoping, expenditure tracking, and quality management. We also take this opportunity to commend the 116 municipalities who have spent above 90% of their cumulative allocations over the past 4 years, the majority of whom are in the Eastern Cape, Mpumalanga, and KZN. Over and above the MIC allocations, MISA was also allocated an additional 50 million from the Presidential Employment Stimulus Program to mainstream labor-intensive construction methods in the various projects undertaken by 23 municipalities. The employ of such methods has massive spin-offs and is addressing unemployment and small enterprise development. The intervention includes training of municipal officials in the labor-intensive construction methods of implementing projects, data management, and process flows. It also includes the development of the EPWP policies and performer tender documents to be utilized by the municipalities. Thus far, 2,800 municipal officials have been trained in these labor-intensive construction methods by 31 March 2022. The Division of Revenue Bill B6 2022, published on the 11th of February, has included a condition that, I quote, municipalities must ensure that a minimum of 20% of their budget applies to labor-intensive construction methods and complies to EPWP infrastructure guidelines as part of the feasibility phase of the project. To that end, the mainstreaming of the labor-intensive construction methods equips municipalities to create job opportunities during infrastructure development and service delivery. Program Director, it has also become clearer that to capacitate municipalities, an all-of-government and society approach is required. The private sector and other public sector institutions must play a supportive role to the municipalities, wherein they must contribute to key areas such as training and support so that municipalities can be favored with requisite planning, implementation, and monitoring and evaluation skills and expertise. The promotion of local economic development also requires that all three spheres of government collaborate and actively include communities. This will contribute to enabling tangible and significant economic opportunities for shared wealth creation, self-sustenance, and resilience to drive local economic community development, particularly in townships and villages, is important, given that in most localities, the public sector is the single biggest investor and spender. the current public procurement system ought to be revised to better serve the interest of local businesses and cooperatives. In our interaction with several communities and stakeholders, other ideas have been advanced. We feel them here because we believe that the NCOP could also assist in canvassing them and in guiding us as we process them. Some of these ideas include enhancements which could see us, one, localizing instruments that can finance and support local businesses, which could include the concept of municipal and village banks. Two, introducing a legal framework that will ensure that big business retail shops and malls located in townships and rural areas partner with local businesses, including sourcing some of their products and services from local producers, service providers, and manufacturers within the township economy or rural economy. Third, setting up procurement rules and pragmatic support, which allows government and its main contractors to buy from large groups of township-based firms or cooperatives with systems linking them so that they can supply as if they were one large firm. This will build the capacity of supply, the private sector, and open private sector markets to township firms by enabling discovery of suppliers, de-risking the supply relationship, and targeting pragmatic support so that it enables delivery. The same will be done with NGO funding to drive the care economy. 4, utilizing the transit economies to turn taxi ranks and train stations into mini CBDs and support the taxi economy to use its scale to grow, supporting value chains and industries. 5, converting areas with high commercial densities into township high streets. 6, compelling all businesses that get government contracts to spend a certain percentage of their procurement spend on township and rural SMEs and cooperatives. 7, accelerating strategies to absorb and mobilize skilled and semi-skilled labor, taking on unemployed youth as apprentices and employees as part of a mass-scale response to repairing and upgrading public facilities, improving service turnaround times and quality, and improving living conditions in deprived areas. And lastly, linking agro-processing and food economy to social relief to create an explicit market for homesteads and small farmers to supply quality food to food insecure households, including through the establishment of municipal enabled people's restaurants, following the model pioneered by Brazil as part of the Form Zero program. These ideas we intend to further canvass as we shape the 21-year review of local government, which we hope that the outcomes of this conference will also inform. We also remain committed to accelerating the implementation of catalytic local economic development projects by working collaboratively with all stakeholders to identify and use primary local resources, ideas, and skills to stimulate economic growth and development, alleviate poverty, and redistribute resources and opportunities to the benefit of all residents. At all levels of society, we are encouraging people to participate in economic decision-making, which develops creativity and fosters entrepreneurship. Given the country's challenges in creating jobs and eradicating poverty, we feel it is past the time to create a forum for getting all hands on deck to work towards sustainable short and long-term solutions. As the representatives of the people, we will therefore look to this Parliament to be the steady guiding hand to meet these objectives. With these words, I want to thank you again for inviting us to this session, and I look forward to many more as we work together to make South Africa a better place for all. I thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Honorable Dlamini Zuma. Thank you very much for the presentation. We are going to hand over the presiding over the next session to Honorable Moimang, but we will also amend the program to after the three people have presented. We will then take an interactive discussion session before we proceed to the third session. But I want to express my appreciation to those that have presented already in the first session. Interesting and thought-provoking, and we are really looking forward to the discussion after we have given over to the second session. And Honorable Moimang, you may continue.
Thank you, Deputy Chair, for giving me an opportunity to also take part in the presiding of this very important convention, which is much more focused on the need to exercise oversight on the work of the Economic Reconstruction and Recovery Plan. Deputy Chair, let me also then extend a word of greetings to all the participants. Indeed, one of the key problems that persist is the need to address the barriers that inhibit entry into the economy in general. But more than that, I think the barriers mainly affect black business. And this is so because access to markets and capital has been a challenge, and therefore the importance of industrial financing is very important, and hence the need to take this opportunity to invite the chairperson of the board of the Industrial Development Corporation of South Africa, Ms. Mabuza, to give us a presentation on the role that the Industrial Development Corporation can play in terms of expanding access through industrial development, and also the work that could be done to ensure that we broaden the local and regional resource to supply domestic demand. Without any waste of time, the floor is yours, Ms. Mabuza.
Thank you, Honorable Chair of the session. Thank you to the Honorable Chairs that are present here today, Honorable Members, Ministers, Deputy Ministers, present Excellencies, esteemed ladies and gentlemen, Sanbonani. Thank you so much for convening this very important oversight session, and a special thanks for inviting us as the IDC to make a small contribution to the engagements that you're going to have today, and hopefully to the outcomes which will then see implementation going forward. I've been charged, Honorable Chair, to focus on the IDC's contribution by unpacking the following sub-themes, as you've already pointed out: expanding access through industrial development and the facilitation of job creation. We were asked to focus a bit on the food, beverage, forestry, and so on industries, utilizing and advancing the development of local and regional resources to supply domestic demand and increase international trade participation, particularly with the African Continental Free Trade Area in mind, opportunity, looking at targeted interventions to reduce imports and increase exports. I'll probably amend that a little bit and refer to the reduction of unnecessary imports and the increase of exports, of course. And we were asked also to look at sector strategies. Though we may not get to the detail of these, I hope that in the contribution, I may be able to touch on those in a meaningful way. Chairperson, each of these sub-themes are admittedly big and complex, yet very important areas that do require our eager and keen focus. I therefore, Chair, look forward and hope that there will be follow-up sessions in the future where maybe we can take deep dives into the various issues. For the purposes of today's conversation, I've chosen, Chair, to confine myself to the agriculture and agribusiness sector as I endeavor to explore each sub-theme in my contribution. Chairperson, just yesterday, I was part of a virtual platform discussion of the BRICS Business Council Global at the St. Petersburg International Economic Forum, which is currently in session. Portions, it won't be a surprise to you, that portions of the discussions focused precisely on the agricultural sector, because with the situations that are unfolding globally, the Ukraine situation and other issues, we've seen the impact on the agricultural sector and therefore the impact on food security, not just for us as the African continent, but also for everybody around the globe. Issues such as the availability of some important agricultural commodities, such as fertilizer, an input commodity, wheat and vegetable oils, things that we've come to recognize how important they are as they become less and less available. The consequent impact of the food shortages on prices, Chairperson. We've seen that impacting us on the ground. And the anticipated or unfolding potential impact on food security in the medium to long term. These issues are indeed critical for, I hope, Chair, you would agree, for the outcomes of today's discussion, because, Chair, agriculture is one of the key priority areas that were identified in the Economic Reconstruction and Recovery Plan. This was published, Chair, in October 2020. I need not remind this House of that. And in reflecting as I was preparing for the meeting, it struck me that the champions of the plan seem to have had foresight of the turbulence that lay ahead for not just South Africa, but indeed for the world. The plan, Chair, is as relevant today as it was in October 2020. And may I suggest, Chair, in fact, the Deputy Minister has already indicated that it is probably more urgent today as the economic impact of COVID-19 has, like an open sore, been exacerbated by the unfortunate unrests in parts of South Africa that were witnessed in 2021, the climate-related catastrophes that hit some rural areas, small towns and major metros along the eastern coast of the country, as well as the run. This was in more recently, and the runaway price escalations, Chair, that I earlier referred to, of key commodities such as fuel and basic food products that we're witnessing as we speak. The fact that we're not alone in experiencing all of these setbacks is no comfort to anyone. The 9 priorities of the ERRP remain relevant, Chair, as already indicated by the speakers that came in before me, and the key enablers towards successful implementation of the plan, as also identified by the speakers before me, remain equally relevant. So I'll start, Chairperson, if I may, with the important area of the availability of fertilizer, which is an important critical input to the agricultural sector. I'm told by my colleagues in the Agribusiness Working Group of the BRICS Business Council, the South African chapter, that South Africa imports 80% of our annual fertilizer usage, a volume of almost 2 million tons. For the agricultural sector to grow, the availability of this now more expensive commodity is critical. South Africa, fortunately, Chair, also manufactures and blends various types and grades of fertilizer. However, we remain quite dependent on imports. The IDC, through its interest in PHOSPHO, has ensured that the input minerals available in the country are not all shipped offshore, but that some are beneficiated here in South Africa. However, this industry is capital intensive and very expensive, Chair, and therefore requires strategic relationships that will ensure that South Africa moves up the technology and efficiency curve in the production of fertilizers in the country. And for that, we require partners that will also be able to invest. Smart and mutually beneficial partnerships are therefore critical, and we're grateful for the support that we've received to date from our line department, the DTIC, as we pursue such strategic partnership opportunities. South Africa has correctly indicated that agriculture is one of the key engines for growth and job creation as we rebuild the economy from the shocks that we've had. This is in fact true not just for us as South Africa, but also for this African continent, which is endowed with arable land and a very youthful population. The sector already plays a meaningful role in the South African economy, accounting for 2.5% of GDP at primary level, and with agro-processing pushing that to 7% of GDP. I'm told there are 1.3 million South Africans working at both primary and agro-processing levels, making this sector a significant source of much needed employment. Importantly, Chair, ladies and gentlemen, we have over 2 million hectares of land that the country aims to bring into total production and thus attract agro-processing investment. Our agriculture and agro-processing sectors are export-oriented. So we currently export half of what South Africa produces in value terms. About $2.5 billion, I'm told, of agricultural products in 2021 numbers. So the expansion planned at the production level should be accompanied by a strong focus on exports as well as food security. Chair, the global realignment we're currently witnessing, and talking here from a trade perspective, South Africa's agriculture and agribusiness sector should work even harder in seeking new opportunities as well as strengthening relationships through multilateral platforms, and if I may use one that I'm familiar with, such as the BRICS. I reminded our partner at the conference yesterday that, for example, Chair, Russia currently accounts for 7% of our citrus exports and 12% of our peers, with China having a larger share, of course, at the moment negatively impacted by the lockdowns, very hard lockdowns that they had in the recent past. But we hope that South Africa can recover its share of that export basket. These relative shares should be expanded to include other high-quality fruit and products that we know South Africa produces. Such trade, of course, can't be one-way approach. However, the Ukraine situation has resulted in many countries in the continent facing the risk of insufficient availability of wheat, for example. South Africa imports, I'm told, about half of its annual wheat consumption, and this is estimated at 1.5 million tons. Is this not an opportunity for the African continental free trade area potential to be tested on the ground through an intervention aimed at increasing the production of wheat in the continent as well? However, for this to be an inclusive recovery, Black business people, women, youth have to be supported to enter the growing and newly emerging agricultural subsectors that I've referred to. The citrus, pear, avocado, and other lucrative fruit export markets are currently dominated by the large established farmers. Of course, scale and considerable investment is required. We understand that, Chair. And I'd like to believe that the IDC's programmatic approach to this sector will start yielding the desired result in terms of transformation impact. This has admittedly been slow to manifest to date. The IDC has focused on supporting labor-intensive, labor-absorbing, and labor-enabling industries, Chair. Agriculture features amongst these. Agro-processing features here, Chair. And of course, there are other examples such as automotive parts and components, which we're trying to cultivate expertise in as we support business people. In the interest of localization, Chair, we continue to try and maximize the domestic impact of public and private sector procurement by encouraging our business partners that we fund to source locally as much as they can. We continue to focus on inclusive transformation by seeking to alter ownership patterns in terms of Black economic empowerment, women, youth, and worker participation in the businesses that we support, Chair. Admittedly, the need is so large that it may seem that our contribution is not yet moving the needle, but Chair, we are moving in the right direction. Chair, we recognize the need to expand the SME segment of the economy. This is a significant employer in the South African economy and going forward. Through supporting entrepreneurial development, providing assistance to SMEs, and other initiatives that the IDC has launched. Spatial inequalities have been addressed in the prior presentations. Chair, we have tried to increase the pace of our visibility and investment through supporting development of township economies, rural areas, Chair. And we've also paid particular focus because of our portfolio that is so skewed towards mining, to the impact that diminished mining activity has in some towns, and therefore we're trying to intervene. And of course, the SEZs are an important area of focus. So we recognize the need to enhance the competitiveness of business enterprises. To this end, we are providing support for technological upgrading, productivity improvements, and of course, as businesses look to modernize and digitize. Skills development is another critical area that we recognize, Chair, and that we hope to be able to support, even though it's not in our direct line and mandate, but through our business partners, we can do so. The supportive infrastructure for industrial development is critical. The issue of energy, that's where we started, Chair. Very important. And the IDC is making sure that we're putting money and backing entrepreneurs to enter the sector as the opportunities that are presented by the deregulation that we've seen government announcing manifest. Of course, the water sector is another that's critically important for agriculture, and we're making our contributions there. Chair, I am tempted to please not also turn a blind eye to supporting transport and logistics infrastructure. And I believe this Honorable House is best placed to intervene. Chair, we can't afford the blockages that we've witnessed on critical routes of movement of economic goods and services. But in addition, we need to make sure that other arteries are open so that our logistics infrastructure is not crippled. Chairperson, at a micro level, I had the honor last year of presenting at the inaugural Women's Economic Assembly. And at that assembly, I indicated that both financial and non-financial interventions are required for us in order to support visible and tangible transformation in the country. We need to support women, youth, and Black entrepreneurs through helping them not just to address the access to finance, which we probably can do, but then there are barriers such as the lack of collateral. There are barriers such as the required own contribution. And I am grateful that government has been thinking creatively, and hopefully these interventions will grow as we move forward. Access to information, such conferences and such opportunities are absolutely important in making sure that we avail information to the people that need it the most. And we as the IDC has, of course, focused on making sure that our business partners have access to the institutional networks that they need in order to be able to market their products and improve their products. As I conclude, Chair, with food security on the global agenda, so firmly on the global agenda, we have called on our BRICS partners, for example, Chair, to also increase their focus and put the sector at the top of the grouping's agenda, with a particular focus on promoting investment and trade amongst BRICS members, because this is an opportunity that can only benefit South Africa and will benefit the African continent as well. Thank you so much, Chair, for the opportunity.
Thank you, Chairperson, Member Buza, for sharing your thoughts and views in terms of interventions that could be made. But we really appreciate the clarity of thought. Indeed, we were able to articulate the key important message around how do we confront the structural constraints that inhibit transformation to open up our economy so that it becomes more inclusive, not only to Black women and youth, But I think what is quite critical is a number of options we have put on the table. Thank you a lot, Chairperson. Honorable members, we will now move to the next presentation, which will be led by Dr. Jantis, who is the Director of the Parliamentary Budget Office. His focus will mainly be on the overview of South Africa's growth catalyzing sectors, measuring scalability and reach. Over to you, Dr. Jantis. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. Good morning to honourable members. Good morning to colleagues in the platform. I hope I'm clear. You can hear me, Chairperson.
Very, very, very audible.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the opportunity to give an input in this regard. I think we have earlier provided an overall initial assessment for the economic reconstruction government plan, and already there were oversight measures that we have noted for Parliament's consideration in this regard. One of the key issues we have noted for oversight, we noted that the plan, I use the word the plan instead of using the longer name of the plan. It's the fact that it lacked specific targets or specific indicators for better coordination, for better monitoring and evaluation over the implementation of, but also more importantly for oversight purposes. And as a result of this point, we decided that given the plan did not necessarily introduce new policy priorities or policy provisions that those that are in the MTSF and NDP, we would, in an attempt to try to provide analysis, use analysis within the MTSF and NDP, provide members of Parliament with status or some of the key considerations for oversight purposes. But Chair, just for the members for today, I'll really focus on two, if time allows, aspects of the plan, particularly SME needs and oversight processes, but also look at the public procurement as an anchor use in the ERRP itself and role in inclusive growth. So those are the key areas, but when time allows, I'll start with the economy issues which we looked at at the time. I think first, Chair, I just want to start by really stating that I was sharing the evidence and understanding of the macroeconomic policies of the period when in South African macroeconomic outcomes and performance led to growth and creation of jobs. You know, the period between 2003, I think, and 2008, there we've seen quite a huge growth. And really to share what were some of the macro policies that were set out then. One of the important understanding was that during that period, government broadly in the sense, get the spheres and state-owned corporations, so many, they played a very important role in leading to better macroeconomic performance and outcomes during that period. We've seen during that time where the GDP grew by more than 4.5% per year. The GDP per capita itself actually went beyond 3.5% in the same period. And really one of the key issues there that came up was the role of government food final consumption, which grew by around almost 5% per annum. Public investment increased by around 15% in the period. General government investment increased by around 11% per annum during the period, but also the important role of the state corporations that played, where we've seen a growth in investment by around 19% in the same period. And also what we've seen, also the interest rate was very much accommodative to more credit extension to the public sector, but also for the households as well. And we've seen during that time, Chair, a lot of jobs created. I think we look at around 3 million jobs were created within those macroeconomic policy interventions that were put out by government. And unfortunately, over the past decade or so, we've seen significant decline in many of these macroeconomic indicators. And really, one specific area, which is really the decline in government and state-owned corporation investment in economies, led to some of these challenges we have in this regard. I mean, to give you an example, we haven't even reached our MTSF target investment percentage of GDP, which is we have set ourselves to 2%. We have not reached that as a level of investment in the economy. Coming back to the plan itself, I think what we have set out some of the plans in our analysis that the development of sustainable construction, recovery and repositioning of our economy should really have some of the elements where it focus on largely simultaneous demand and supply side failures brought about by the COVID-19 pandemic, but also even pre-existing conditions that were there in the economy. The intervention has to be geared towards promoting greater participation by Black people, women, youth, persons with disability, and at all economic levels as part of transformation patterns of assets ownership and income distribution in society. We are concerned that the approach taken within the plan remains one focused on fiscal consolidation informed by an empirically invalidated expansionary fiscal contractional hypothesis. The consensus of dampening economic recovery is very valid, particularly when taking into account of the recent budget extensive budget cuts in government expenditure. We also noted that the plan is particularly funded through the public finance. However, some of the preferments are managed outside the standard mechanism of PFMA, which in a way we said it makes it very difficult for oversight of Parliament in this regard. The first point I said I want to talk about is around the small, macro, medium enterprises and its role in the ERRP itself. We looked at the support given to the sector in line with the ERRP and raised some of the key risk areas for oversight and conservation. The plan itself does stipulate, Chair and members, that SMEs, cooperatives, startups have an important role to play in the facilitation of economic transformation and empowerment. As is the provision of the support of a supportive ecosystem for SMEs, cooperatives, and startups is seen as a critical enabler for recovery and reconstruction within the plan itself. Some of the proposals, intervention supports the sectors includes review, integrating government support to formal and informal SMEs, startups and corporations, including some of the obviously mentioned earlier on measures that have been implemented over time. The designing of more appropriate finance products, which is really a focus of my presentation today, to look at the finance support for the sector, but also the support of the SMEs to participate in localization opportunities, one of another areas that I will cover today. Coming close to look at the financing products for the sector, I think government launched the guarantee scheme in 2008, which had a target of 200 billion debt guarantee for businesses. Meanwhile, we've seen also earlier in the year a support bounce back support scheme being launched as a result of putting out 20 billion more also in support of the sector of the sectors. In our initial look at this, Chair, we asked the question, members, of what does this imply for economic recovery, given the 200 billion scheme, EMF for business support was the single largest plank for the government's 200 billion support in the stimulus package. We are also concerned that the economy will continue to be trapped in the economic environment if some of these measures are really not fully implemented, particularly looking at the macroeconomic interventions as a whole. In giving context, quick context on the semi-landscape post COVID-19, even before that, we've seen that actually the sector contracted sharply, the employment sector contracted sharply after the COVID-19 lockdown, and of the jobs lost in the economy, 90%, I'm struggling with some, 90% of the job loss from the sector. The trade sector accounts for almost 50% of the SME closures in the time. The share of Black ownership of SME declined while more educated SME owners were the first to recover. And clearly lockdown hit the SME owned between the age of 25 and 55 more harder than any other cohort in this regard. And clearly, even before, Chair and members of the COVID-19 SME sectors have some of these challenges which were raised by various stakeholders. I'm not spending a lot of time. I'm more focusing on some of the issues that were put out for oversight purposes, particularly limited finance, for giving it access to finance and credit giving to perceived risk profile by the financial institution, the sectors, inadequate supply of infrastructure, late payment of service provider, both public and private sector, bureaucratic inefficiencies, and regulatory constraint and lack of access in that regard. So clearly, the issue of finance is a big issue for the sector, and if the sector is going to contribute to recovery, that has to be very much heart of the discussion of the economic recovery. In particular, the major hurdles identified by these many players in the sector in terms of where to find finances, not knowing who are the funders, and how to find that, lack of credit history, limited cash flows, and so many other, lack of collateral, and so many other sectors continue to plug the sectors in not being able to reach the potential. And it was very exciting to see the launch of support in that regard. And really, the launch of that loan guarantee, which was later revised due to the failures in reaching the targets, there were quite a number of applications that were received by the sector, in the sector. And I think more than 40,000 applications were received, and only a third of those loans were approved, to get money. And 82% of those who were approved were still from the largest SMEs also in this regard. A significant amount of applications were rejected due to failure to meet eligible criteria for the loans set out by the National Treasury and Reserve Bank, and not meeting the commercial bank's criterion of 25% of the applications. Clearly, some of these recent failures, the scheme is just because of the main distressed business were reluctant to assume more debt, given the uncertainty in their income stream post during the COVID-19. But also the very important point that it keeps coming in this point, Chair and members, the lack of transformation in the financial sector, or failure for the sector to understand the SMEs is a big issue. Because even you remember that these schemes, even if they were guaranteed by government, the sector failed to extend the credit to the SMEs in this regard. The bank did not have incentive to disperse these loans, given that they could not profit in those schemes. The schemes was poorly advertised, but also the business owners complain about the schemes and problems that were set out. But also the design itself, the schemes failed to address some of the requirements of easing creditworthiness assessment, whilst this ensured that the banks could provide credit in a reasonable manner to candidates that likely to be able to repay loans. A slow processing the loans is a big issue as well, and then some of these failures has led to more of the new scheme being launched. I think what I want to emphasize, if I go into my second point, just a few points of key areas for oversight purposes for consideration to try and see the implementation of this include this. Under this scheme, the banks, DFIs, and non-bank SMEs finance providers still have sole discretion on which business can access finance. And really, the implications are far huge. If we're going to look at the concerns we have around the financial institutions having inherent risks, they are adverse towards SME sector, despite the sector contributing 20% of their revenues, and they continue to provide 8% of the credit extension. Potential entrenched the misallocation of capital in the economy, but also the scheme still implemented through financial sector architecture that is not suitable for informal townships and rural businesses. In this regard, the scheme lacks transformation mandate as provided for by the financial sector charter, in line with the plan, objective for economic transformation and empowerment. No evidence that some of these more hard-hit sectors business will be prioritized. The timing also met in terms of when the schemes will be implemented, and it's important for me to prioritize or advertise this quite extensively, given the importance of the scheme. Given the scheme's poor record in previous time, there seems to be low appetite by major banks to get this implemented. But also, we want to emphasize the importance of the National Treasury continuous engagement with the sector to ensure that this credit extension can be extended wide broadly within the sector and in informal sectors. The pandemic and the civil unrest in floods in KZN demonstrate that the financial resilience of businesses is important for macroeconomic and fiscal sustainability in this regard. Some of the legislative reforms also they are in place really to consider as Parliament how to lower the barrier for SMEs in operating from their personal bank accounts, how to ensure that sectors can still access financing regardless of the current challenges they have. I think one of the points, last if I move to my second point, which I think a few minutes to close, is around the real sector. The way is far much similar to that of the financial sector of the advanced countries, and developed finance have to share a very small share of the total credit extent, and that's a bigger problem if you are going to really advance the inclusion the DFIs has to play a very important role in this regard. Lastly, Chair, my second point is around the process of
Recording stopped.
the issue around the use of public procurement, Chair. I think the ERRP
Recording in progress.
places the emphasis on industrialization through localization as an important aspect of it. And really, there are a lot of issues that our colleagues have already mentioned, members have already mentioned before. I won't go into detail, but I want to focus a lot on the 16th February 2022 Constitutional Court. I think the Constitutional Court really handed down judgment in the case of the Minister of Finance versus the Africa Business NPC there. I think the judgment said that rather than giving the Minister of Finance power to make regulations to the objective of the PPPFA, the words necessary and expedient, in fact, limit the powers of Minister of Finance to provide the regulation. Judgment argues that in Section 2.1 of the PPPFA states that an organ of state must spend its preferential procurement policy. It cannot be in the power of the Minister of Finance to do that. I think the concerns that we've seen subsequent to the ruling, National Treasury putting out a draft procurement regulations to try to fix some of these concerns raised by the ruling. In response to really those rulings, there was a draft put out. I think our concerns, starting our concerns there is that the draft, the PPPFA there, is based mainly on interpretation of the judgment handed down in the Constitutional Court, with limited consideration to government policy objectives to start in the Constitution in this regard. We are concerned that provisions of the Constitution requiring a national legislation to prescribe a framework for organs of state to implement preferential procurement has been left unaddressed or excluded from the draft, and this has far implications for the plan itself, plan realization of the economic plan. The current draft, as I mentioned, will lead to fragmentation in a government procurement framework, and fragmented preferential procurement framework will delay realization of national coordination policy like PPE, industrial policy, and many other developmental policy if you have fragmented policy in this regard. Due to lack of capacity, capabilities of organs of state always relied on preferential procurement system prescribed by the Minister of Finance. We are concerned that requesting each and every organ of state to have own approach to preferential procurement is a divergence from international norm in looking at the literature on public procurement. The mission of local procurement and local content in 2022 preferential draft have far-reaching implications for industrial policy, especially our industrialization broadly. The country, foreign and domestic investors have invested in created jobs in South Africa because of the government's preferential procurement regulations. Omitting local content may lead to against state procuring imported goods instead of domestically produced goods, and this is a blow to our industrialization, Chair and members. The impact of the judgment and the draft regulation is more uncertainty within this procurement space. Expenditure, we've seen in last 2 points of contribution, expenditure of state is a large percentage of GDP and has the ability to make significant contribution to structural economic transformation, including growth, more enterprises, own Black people, women, and deepening diversity in the industrial base of the economy. So clearly, Chair, these are the measures that we think going forward have to be taken into account in oversight of the plan in this regard. Thank you so much, Chair, in this regard. Thank you, members.
Thank you, Dr. Jantjies, for clearly putting before us what are the measures that we need to take into consideration in accessing our oversight on the key areas that you have alluded to. It was quite enlightening. We were able to take us down the memory lane. What informed the growth that we experienced as a country from 2003 up to 2008, and what are the key areas of intervention that we need to make with regard to two areas that you have outlined. But more than that, we also touched on the interventions that was made by the the government with regard to the 200 billion loan guarantee scheme, the successes and the challenges, and what are the lessons that we can take home. Thank you for taking us through that. Honorable members, we will then move to the next area of presentation, which will be the funding the Economic Reconstruction and Recovery Plan by Dr. Mbava. The floor is yours, the Chair of Financial and Fiscal Commission. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Moimang. Program Director, Honorable Sylvia Lucas, Deputy Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, Program Director, Honorable Kenny Moimang, Chairperson of the Select Committee, Ministers and Deputy Ministers, Honorable Members of Parliament, fellow speakers, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. That South Africa is facing serious economic and fiscal headwinds is no longer a debate. The data and evidence are glaring for everyone to see. Unemployment has reached record highs, having recently been recorded at 34.5% by Stats SA. That is a massive 8 million or so of the most vulnerable in the adult population with no means to support themselves and their families. Economic growth has averaged below 1% per annum since the democratic transition, despite sporadic green shoots triggered by commodity boom cycles. Many people who expected to reap the democratic dividend are stuck in a devastating state of destitution and disillusionment as the economy continuously demonstrates an inability to apportion the available meager economic spoils equitably across regions and citizens. The picture of hardship has become a permanent feature of the socio-economic landscape, expressed by mushrooming informal settlements, vagrancy, day job seekers along high streets, and long social grant queues. Townships experience days on end without electricity due to infrastructure vandalism, adding further strife to people eking out a living from the township economy. Water supply interruptions in the rural areas are a way of life because of failing municipalities. What is uncontestable, Chairperson, is that the country faces dire socioeconomic circumstances that are likely to worsen as the global economic outlook deteriorates and the domestic fiscal headwinds tighten in return. Public finances, therefore, and policies must respond to these challenges and the necessary economic transformation. In our presentation, we look at the funding of the Economic Reconstruction and Recovery Plan, and specifically at strengthening intergovernmental fiscal relations to accelerate the implementation of the plan. We also provide an analysis of fiscal allocations towards key catalytic sectors and projects as specified in the Economic Reconstruction and Recovery Plan. Chairperson, I will now hand over to our research team who will provide an in-depth analysis And then I will come in towards the end of the presentation to provide concluding remarks. To the research team.
Thank you so much, Chair, and good morning to honorable members, and good morning to everyone online. Next slide, please. So I will look at the first part of the presentation, and the second part, Tandongozo will come in and look at that. So what we see is that global output is expected to moderate in 2022, and it is expected to moderate at 4.4%. This is from 5.9%, which was estimated earlier. But the recent figures that have come out have revised the figure, the growth output, towards 2.9. This is amid inflation or elevated inflation. Next slide. So fuel and food prices have increased rapidly, hitting vulnerable populations in most low-income countries the hardest. And the war-induced commodity price increases and broadening price pressures have led to inflation projections of 5.7 in advanced countries. And what we know is that this elevated inflation will have a negative effect on South Africa's growth prospects. Next slide, please. As I was saying, that the South African economy or our growth prospects as a country remain vulnerable and remain prone to shocks, both international shocks and domestic shocks. As we saw that there was a slow recovery which was starting to emerge, the economy was then disrupted. This is after a growth of 4 consecutive quarters of growth from 2020 quarter 3 to 2021 quarter 2. But what we saw with the recent data that just came out is that real growth domestic product increased by 1.9%. That is in the first quarter of 22, following an increase of 1.4 in the fourth quarter of 2021. But I think it is important that we emphasize that this growth path, or this growth that we've experienced, is still prone to some shocks, which some are domestic shocks, such as the weather that we've seen in KZN, and some of the domestic issues that continue to engulf our country, but also other international shocks. And we're still yet to see how the inflation will transmit itself throughout the economy. Next slide, please. I think it's important to note that investment is critical for driving South Africa's economic recovery and reconstruction. It remains central to the plan. And what we see is that total gross fixed capital formation improved following a sharp decline due to the impact of COVID. And when we look specifically, we see that government investment declined by 0.9% in the third quarter of 2022. But what is encouraging is that when you look at public corporations' fixed capital formation, it increased by 9.5. So while there is a decrease in both government and also in private fixed capital formation, we see that public corporations continue to play a very important role in advancing or in investing in investment. Next slide, please. Then when already the chair has already touched on the issue of employment, but what we see is that employment recovery continues to be sluggish and has not yet recovered to pre-COVID-19 levels, which some are already beginning to argue that we might not experience pre-COVID employment levels. So the unemployment rate will continue to increase. But what we see is that in the first quarter of 2022, actually, the unemployment rate decreased, which is a good thing, meaning that there was some jobs which were created. However, we say that to address employment sustainably, there is a need to of course address some of the structural constraints within the economy, address also some of the investment, try to create an environment where there'll be investment both private investment and public investment. So there are those structural constraints that need to be addressed, coupled also with structural constraints or structural labor market structural constraints, which continue to ensure that some experience long periods of unemployment. I'll hand over to Tando, who will look at the fiscal allocations, and then we'll hand back to the chairperson for the conclusion remarks. Tando, up to you.
Thank you, Sianda, and a very good morning to the chairperson and honorable members. I'm going to take you through our analysis that we did with regards to the various main intervention priorities of the plan, as our chairperson alluded to. So we starting with infrastructure investment and delivery. Next slide. So our analysis of public infrastructure investment, which is one of the key pillars of the plan, shows us that total public sector infrastructure investment has actually declined between the period 2018-19 and 2019-20 from 216 billion to 187 billion. But what is encouraging is that it has picked up for the period covering the financial year 2021 and 22 to 249 billion. Next slide. So in this slide, we looked at the shares of public infrastructure investment, and what this slide shows clearly is that government is increasingly implementing public infrastructure investment through public entities, and we see that these through the shares that have increased for this particular institution from 9.8% of public infrastructure investment in 2021-22, and it reached 13.6% of the total public infrastructure investment in 2022-23, and is expected over the MTF period to increase marginally to 15% by 24-25. So the main points to make here, the Commission is concerned about the trajectory, given the poor performance of state-owned entities and companies and public entities, and and the fact that the share of the local government is decreasing, and the concern there is that given the huge infrastructure backlogs in municipalities, it's going to be increasingly difficult to address this when the share of the allocation to local government is declining. Next slide. So next, we looking at the next pillar of the plan, which is energy security, focusing specifically on Eskom. Next slide. So when we analyzed Eskom, we looked at the guarantees that are being government guarantees to Eskom, and we looked at the exposure of government guarantee as a percentage of GDP, and we covered the period between 2017-18 to 2021 and 22. So what this graph tells us is that the Eskom guarantees and exposure as a percentage of GDP to Eskom remains very high, and it poses a risk to debt sustainability and public finances. We see that government, in monetary terms, government guarantee exposure to Eskom has increased by 29.6 billion to 327.9 billion due to additional drawdowns. And what is apparent also is that the fiscals continue to transfer substantial amounts to Eskom. And if you look at the provisional allocations to Eskom over the MTF, we see that it increases from 21 billion in 23-24 to 22 billion in 24-25, which represent a very significant amounts that are still going to Eskom. So the point that we want to make, and we want members and honorable chair and members and all those present in the approved platform to note, is that the progress that is required in terms of Eskom reforms is very slow, and therefore its contribution to energy security remains constrained. Next slide. So this slide is looking specifically at the financial performance of Eskom. And what we want to note is that when we conducted the financial assessment of Eskom, we saw that in terms of the assets, assets, liabilities, and net profit, the graph shows that Eskom liabilities have increased from 534 billion in 2017 to 667 billion in 2019, while the assets have decreased from 882 billion in 2020 to 782 billion in 2021. And the fact that Eskom has posted successive net losses over this period, which peaked at a net loss of 20.9 billion in 2019. And this reflects a very weak financial performance and a very delicate financial position for Eskom. Next slide. So after having assessed the financial performance of Eskom, the 2 points that we want to make, the first one relates to the fact that Eskom plays a very significant role in energy security, but its worsening operational and financial performance is placing a heavy burden on the fiscus, underscoring the fact that there needs to be agency in terms of accelerating the reforms that are required to address its weak financial performance. The second point relates to the fact that the financial health of Eskom, as measured by key financial results, further reflects a weak financial performance as both profitability and solvency ratios are deteriorating. So overall, the Commission then supports the proposal for centralized shareholder model for commercial SOEs as proposed by the committee that was instituted by Presidency, as well as the government initiative to publish a framework outlining the criteria for government funding for SOEs, because this we believe that will support the required reforms at Eskom. Next slide. So the next area that we looked is industrialization through localization. Next slide. So what is important to note here is that the small and medium enterprises, small business department is the one that's responsible for this particular program, and then expenditure going to this particular program is expected to increase at an average annual of 0.6% from 2.6 billion in 2021-22 to 2.7 billion in 24-25. Next slide. With regards to public employment interventions, next slide. We see that the allocation that's going to this particular sector, the budget allocated to 24.8 billion for employment programs for for the financial year 2022-23, and then the allocation increased from an estimated expenditure of 21.6 billion in 2021-22, and then employment programs in this under this particular sector include the EPWP, the Community Works, and the Jobs Fund, and they've resulted in some economic opportunities at micro level for young people, and but they have no significant impact on reducing the high level of unemployment. With regards to the tourism sector, next slide, we see that the department has been allocated 6.7 billion over the medium term Expenditure is expected to increase at an average annual rate of 0.8% from 2.5 billion in 2021 to 2022 to 2.6 billion in 24-25, reflecting the fact that government is supporting this particular sector. So with regards to strengthening agriculture and food security, next slide. What we see there is that the allocation to the Food Security and Agrarian Reform Program under Program 3 of the Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development declines by 10.5% when compared to 2021-23 appropriation over the MTF, whereas this is an important pillar of the plan. Now, with regards to the alignment then of the plan to the funding priorities of government, what we want to bring to the attention of the chairperson and the honourable members is that the Commission is of the view that the composition of economic function expenditure is not well aligned to the economic reconstruction and recovery plan. And what we mean by that is that whereas the plan identifies infrastructure rollout, localization through industrialization and food security as a crucial interventions for job creation, associated allocations to these programs are declining. For instance, infrastructure spending is also marked by, in addition to the fact that the allocations are declining, infrastructure spending is also marked by delivery and management deficiencies. The manufacturing incentives and the product and system development allocations program are also projected to decrease by 9% and 6.3% over the MTF. The allocation to the Food Security and Agriculture Reform Program, as we've seen in the previous slides, is also declining by 10.5% when compared to the financial year 2021 and the 2023 appropriation. So the Commission wants to note that the infrastructure fund is one of the plan's instrument to crowd in private investment and fast-track approval processes for large infrastructure projects. And we just want to emphasize that the fund should operate within the confines of the IGFR principles in respect of equitable distribution of projects that are being assigned to the vote. So these particular slides, the pie chart shows the different distribution of the budget to the various sectors, but the Commission just wants to re-emphasize the fact that the budget process for the next financial year for 23-24 should focus on aligning the allocations of the Economic Reconstruction and Recovery Plan, and it must also be informed by comprehensive budget and expenditure reviews. I'll now hand over to our chairperson to make the concluding remarks. Thank you, chairperson.
Thank you so much. So in conclusion, chairperson, the Commission supports government's continued commitment to consolidating public finances while providing support for the pandemic response, job creation, and social protection. The Commission further emphasizes the following points. In terms of South Africa's growth prospects, the Commission's view is that it is improbable that the economy will return to pre-pandemic production levels within the year. The Commission welcomes government's decision to use a portion of the revenue windfall to lower the gross borrowing requirement and reducing debt issuances. However, the Commission cautions that debt stabilization risks remain elevated and pose significant challenges to public finances. The Commission further supports the decision to use the revenue windfall to improve pro-poor and growth-inducing allocations in non-interest spending over the MTF period. The Commission believes that this is an approach that does not jeopardize the path to deficit reduction and fiscal consolidation. The Commission notes the misalignment between the prioritization of spending within the economic function relative to the priorities identified as high impact job creation interventions in the ERRP, namely infrastructure rollout, localization through industrialization, and food security. Next slide, please. And the Commission applauds the efforts and outcomes associated with government's attempts to stimulate employment through numerous interventions. However, this has not changed the macro level picture of unemployment. In this regard, more significant structural reforms focused on artisanal skills are required to address unemployment in the long run. The Commission welcomes and awaits the finalization of processes underway to find a more permanent alternative to the SRD grant so as to support food security. A key consideration for the Commission when evaluating a potential replacement will be the long-run viability and effects that a replacement will have on the fiscus. Fraud, corruption, and fiscal mismanagement in the form of fruitless and wasteful expenditure remains rampant. The government must take decisive and prompt actions against the perpetrators of these wastages and leakages to send a clear message that the government is serious about addressing this challenge. Next slide. Finally, Budget 2022 further provided for expenditure side economic recovery levers through the economic functions, which is set to receive 227 billion rands in 2022-23. Much emphasis on infrastructure. To this end, infrastructure management and delivery flows are a key factor hampering the potential gains to the economy that can be derived from infrastructure spending. Chairperson and members, that concludes our presentation.
Thank you, Chair, for those closing remarks, which consolidated the FFFC's presentation in terms of key areas that we have identified as the Commission. And let me then, without any waste of time, take this opportunity to open the floor, as the Deputy Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces indicated that after the three presentations from this session, we will then open the floor for engagement so that we do not deprive the members an opportunity to interrogate issues raised. You are advised by the chair, by the Deputy Chair of the Council of Province, that issues that you have right from presentation number 1 must be noted and then engage at the right time. So the floor is open to members to engage in terms of the issues that were raised throughout this morning's presentation. I've noted Honorable Dango. Maybe let's allow Honorable Dango to warm the floor. Over to you, Honorable Dango.
Thank you, Chairperson, but it's because I'm commanded by you that I do so. Chairperson, the issue I want to raise really is the government guarantees to banks. Now, banks are risk averse. They will not encourage any kind of loans that will not be repaid, because it will reflect on their balance sheet, and that will affect their ability to raise funds on international and other markets. So what to do about that issue? In the US, they had a similar problem. And what they introduced was the Community Reinvestment Act. where the banks took some percentage of their loans or their money, together with government money, together with government loans, and created other banks. They created banks that were not as risk averse. They created finance institutions. In Hong Kong, they described them as the cowboy banks, so that they could take risks that normal banks could not take. So I think what we need to do is pursue the policy objectives of creating such institutions to ensure that we can actually advance loans to poor people, and where this could be in the banking circles considered being risk averse, but also creating the institutions that will ensure that we lend to people that need the money. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ambassador Dango, for those questions. I'll now give the floor to Honorable High to also engage.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Greetings to all the ministers present, deputy ministers, MECs, permanent and special delegates, and also greetings to the deputy chair of the NCOP. Chair, my question, I have two that are both going to the DPME. The former Statistician General always is critical about the economic policies of government, that government doesn't have what he calls scenario planning. I just wanted to comment from TPA, the ERRP on that particular issue, that we're not doing scenario planning and modeling. So that perhaps that's why some of our policies are not coming up with results in terms of implementation. The second one, in the presentation, I didn't see the update with regard to how far are the social partners doing with regard to the social compact. So those are the two questions to the PME. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable High. Deputy Chairperson, Honorable Sylvia Lucas.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I just want to say to the members of the NCOP, this is our opportunity to interrogate these presentations before I ask one or two questions that I am quite curious on. So thank you, Chairperson. There was quite a few plans and programs that has been, particularly in the first presentation, but also throughout the three first presentations that we had, as well as the I say all six have targeted quite some of the few issues that we are usually concerned about. So I've got about two questions, I think. I think, if I'm correct, Ms. Marawa said that currently Eskom's energy availability stands at about 58.8%. And also with regards to renewable energy, about more than 6,000 megawatt hours was actually generated in terms of the renewable energy program. Now my concern is, if Eskom stands at 58.8%, what are they telling us about the current issues that we are experiencing as a country, and also the impact that it's having on the fact that we want to see industrialization, but we also want to see the economy develop. So if Eskom is not capable to actually produce the necessary energy, where as a country, and then now, in terms of all the money that is spent on the renewable energy project, billions and billions of francs, is it really having the necessary impact that we want to see? And I'm asking these questions, and I really would love if it can be responded to. Then, furthermore, there is that issue that's saying that 10,000 jobs in this area, 30,000 or 100,000 or whatever. But I don't see timeframes, and I don't see really, I don't want to see, but I want to hear in terms of implementation of the specific plans. What is the progress and what is the expectation? So I don't want to take over the whole conversation, but that is the issue that I would love us to get more clarity on. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Deputy Chairperson of the National Council of Province. Just want to check as well as the further engagements. Maybe just also from my side, I want to build on the point raised by the Deputy Chair on the independent power producers program.
Sorry, Chairperson, tell the members of the NA that is present, we would love members of Parliament to raise issues if they have issues. It's for everyone.
Yes. I did indicate that all the participants are free to engage with the presentations. I never said only National Council of Province members. So all those that are on the platform, you are at freedom to engage as raised by the Deputy Chairperson. If the renewable energy from the phase one is connected to the grid, as indicated. The question that I want to pose is, given the challenges that is raised around the infrastructure plant, what will be from the second first presenter, for us to be able to mitigate this consistent and constant power cut? What is it that has to be done to be able to ensure that we are not at a percentage where consistently our economy is choked? I think it's important, because if the view is our plant performance is at 58% level, but we constantly receive the power cuts, then what percentage can be our target to ensure that we don't fall below the percentage where time and again there is power cut? The second one relates to the impact of the support that government is doing. Is it felt, particularly from the FFC, and also from the because look, we understand that for the last 7 years, 36.7 billion has been spent by both the Department of Industry and Competition, IDC and NEF, mainly to support 1,000 black industrialists. And the reason why I'm posing this question is by virtue of the fact that, as you have correctly pointed out, the SME is expected to play a critical role in terms of job creation But now, if we have spent 36.7 billion on 1,000 black industrialists in the last 7 years, is the problem around massifying these programs, or is the problems around lack of coordination in terms of various government? Because one would expect that with this amount of billions, we must be able to say from government there is a clear network of development finance institutions that is created. But if there is such a network, the biggest challenge, I think, is the impact of the activities of this network. Is it because it's uncoordinated? Hence, we see the perpetuation of this structural constraints that we see in the economy. Thank you. Let me then open the floor for the presenters to respond to the engagement and clarification questions that were sought. I think what we will do, probably let's try first with Ms. Maraba.
Can I don't know, Mr. Ngubane, Chairperson,
Right.
he seems to raise his hand in the video. I don't know where something.
Okay, Mr. Ngubane, the floor is yours.
Let him unmute himself.
Mr. Ngubane. Is he still on the floor, Deputy Chair?
He's on the platform and he's speaking, but he's not unmuting himself.
Okay.
I don't know whether I'm audible now.
You are audible now, Mr. Ngubane.
Oh, thank you so much, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable members of the, let me start with a greeting to your members of the Select Committee and also the Chairperson, as well as the MECs that are present there, the ministers. I saw that Honorable Dr. Dlamini Zuma was there also earlier on. I know there might be some others and other senior officials as well. There is only one for me with regard to ESCOM and all what was in fact given to us by the public work. When they talk about these EPWPs, some of the questions that have been raised are also my questions, but I'm particularly with regard, say, with the ESCOM, which is really also creating quite a lot of, in fact, frustration with regard to us as municipalities, as well as business and all, as you are aware. I really don't know how can ESCOM be assisted to expedite their problems that they are sorted out. For instance, because some of the issues that are involved, when you see the strikes around the country in local government, it is as a result of ESCOM having a problem with us as local government. And one of these, for example, in my municipality of Umzunyati District Municipality, is that in 2019, we paid ESCOM to connect us at various water treatment plants, and it hasn't done anything to date. I was at another meeting of the Extended Presidential Coordinating Forum. It was suggested to me that I speak to the Honorable Deputy State President, of which I did. but there was no improvement. I even related this thing to the Honorable Premier of the Province of KwaZulu-Natal, MEC, COCTA. Nothing is happening. And this, I can tell you, affects the service delivery in most municipalities and also creating bad perceptions with regard to government. I'm sorry to raise that matter. I do have the issues compiled for whoever who can take it from my side. And I know very well that my contribution and your contribution to us, all the colleagues there, are really good and necessary and hitting the nail. But this issue of ESCOM need to be taken closer and considered if with this country and our local municipalities are going to expedite the service delivery. And I can tell you, colleagues, those who are paying like ourselves, you'll find ESCOM having to cut our plans the following day, which is irregular. ESCOM is being owed by many municipalities, and we are not in such cases. We are paying, but we as a municipality feel our case is treated in another way. But I say this not for me, generally speaking, to assist everybody that ESCOM, I think this NCOP must exercise is also oversight policy on this ESCOM thing. With regard to other issues that are being said, ayikhona kufanele sihlale phansi sikhulume kahle lento ye-job creation iyasiconfronta njengoba sikhuluma nentsha kulezi insuku ayikho into enkulu ngaphandle unemployment. Asiyenze ngempela, it must be practical and not theorizing anymore. We have to really create environment that is going to be conducive to our municipalities for the people to come and also establish themselves to create job opportunities. Otherwise, let us forget. I thank you, Honorable Chairperson and honorable members. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ngubane, for posing that question.
Chairperson?
Yes,
I just want to remind the honorable participants that this is a direct broadcast. So if it is possible that we should open our videos if possible. And then, Chairperson, I just want the FFC to clarify the issue of saying that there is a misalignment with regards to the economic function expenditure. As to if they just should clarify that so that we can understand. Does it mean that although there is funds, the fact that it is misaligned is what is actually leading to the fact that there is not sufficient spending on that specific function? Just if we can just be clarified in that one.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Maybe also just the addition to one that I asked. In terms of the master plan, a category was made around those that are completed and those that are progressing quite well, and those where there is a serious challenge. And amongst them was the health master plan. In particular of concern will be, I think, the fact that nothing was said around what are the interventions that are put in place to turn the situation around. If Ms. Marawa can just give clarity around that, but also from Dr. Jankis, one of the issues that he raised was the impact of the regulations that were published by National Treasury, which correctly pointed out emanated from the Concord pronouncement. I think one of the issues that is raised is around the interpretation and the impact of this of these regulations because it introduces fragmentation because each organ of state will have its own approach. And one of the issues that we raise is that the industrial policy will be highly impacted. If you could just probably give more clarity with regard to that. And other than that, let's give over to the team to respond. We can start with Ms. Marawa.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, for the opportunity to respond to the questions that have been raised by honorable members. I would like to start off by responding on the issues of ESCOM and the issues of energy availability factor. Yes, it is indeed a serious matter, and it is a result of a number of factors. The first of which is the fact that we have a number of old coal power plants that require decommissioning, that require maintenance from time to time, and that are subjected to unplanned shutdown. So that is the biggest challenge that ESCOM is facing. And the second element is the issue of the minimum emission standards. ESCOM has to comply with the minimum emission standards that has been set in compliance with the environmental issues. And to do that, it requires a lot of funding. It also requires a lot of replacement of their technology within the power plants. And that process is also a serious challenge. However, I will not be in a position to go into details of how ESCOM can mitigate the challenge of the decreasing in energy availability factor. I would recommend, Chair, that maybe ESCOM should be invited to come and make a presentation and give a detailed measures that they are taking to mitigate the challenge. But from an overview, ESCOM has got a challenge of old power plants. It has to comply with minimum emission standards. It has, as already indicated by the Financial Commission, facing serious financial challenges. And all the combination of all those factors are affecting the productive efficiency as a company. But also in terms of mitigating, the government is also working on the unbundling of ESCOM. Most utilities world over has actually been unbundled. And these big global utilities are not a normal feature at a global level. So what government is doing is also to unbundle ESCOM to make sure that separated units become more efficient in operating their businesses. And that is shown as from the presentation that government is successfully unbundling ESCOM, and the transmission company has been established, and other preparatory work is being put in place to ensure that we have the separation of generation and distribution. So in a nutshell, that's what I would say, but I would strongly recommend that ESCOM actually comes and responds to most of the issues, especially one that has been raised regarding commitments that ESCOM has not been able to fulfill. Then in terms of the billions that have been invested in the IPP program and the benefits that, whether there are any direct benefits that the program is brought to the country, I will be in a position to give you some examples using some of the current projects. If you look, for example, at the 2,000 megawatt risk mitigation procurement program, it is expected to generate 1,995 megawatts and an investment of 60 billion. out of that investment, 44% of it will be from local content, will be made of local content. And out of also that particular program, 52.6% of the shareholders are South African entities, and 49% of the shareholders are actually Black. Then in terms of employment opportunities, it will be able, that particular project, to generate about what we call 21,122 job years. And in terms of socio-economic enterprise and skills development, the commitment from that particular program will be 5.6 billion, and that should be trickling down directly to communities. Then I can also give you an example of Bid Window 5, which was released to the market in 2021. I can confirm that the bid window generate 2,583 megawatts, an investment of 50 billion. Out of that investment, 49.2% of the shareholders are South African entities, 34.7% of the shareholders are Black South Africans. In terms of employment opportunities, 13,902 job years will be created, and the local content of that whole project will be 44%, and 2.53 billion will be dedicated to socio-economic development, enterprise development, and skills development of the respective local communities where the project will be located. Then in terms of what the impact of the IPP program overall, I can indicate that in terms of job years, it has generated 60,517 job years. Then in terms of economic development, about 1.6 billion has been invested in economic development currently. Then in terms of CO2 emissions, we have been able to save 69.3 million tons of CO2. Then in terms of content, local content spent on the program, we can indicate that 69.1 billion, which is equivalent to 50%, has been spent on local content. In the overall shareholding for Black South Africans has been 34%, and shareholding by local communities has been sitting at 9%. And from a total procurement point of view, about 83% of procurement has been local, and these statistics reflective as of 3rd June 2021. We will be in a position to update them and give you more statistics. So in a nutshell, that is what can be reported as the benefits that have been generated from the Independent Power Producer Program. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Horaba. Let's then open the floor for also our presenters to...
I sent you a message in the chat group that Dr. Annette Crystal can respond on other issues. She's also there from PLA. Sorry, I sent you in the chat group, but it seems as if you haven't seen it. Okay.
Over to you, Dr. Annette.
Thank you very much, Chair, and greetings to the honourable members, the ministers, deputy ministers, MECs and colleagues. I just want to respond briefly to the point, a very important point raised by Honourable Ray around scenario planning. So just to say that I think members would be aware that scenario planning has been undertaken in the presidency over time. There have been various scenario planning exercises that are developed, and these have informed the NDP as well as the medium-term plans that have been developed. And government officials have also been part of the Indlamiti scenarios 2030. And of course, we also do have various government departments that are using economic modeling. I think there are different approaches to the economic modeling that has been used by the former SG, Dr. Lehotla, and his colleagues with some of the other approaches used within government departments. We know also that the Eastern Cape has done scenario planning to inform their, that was quite recently, and Gauteng provincial government as well. We actually have, but we agree on many issues with Dr. Lehotla and others, and we have been engaging with them for some time. And what we are also saying is that we need to modernize our approach to planning at all levels across the state machinery to incorporate new approaches. And that includes scenario planning, but it also includes, approaches around anticipatory governance, foresighting, and so on. Even scenario planning itself. There are new approaches to scenario planning that might differ from before. We are saying that planning must advance our sustained agenda towards the achievement of development results, but should also be much more flexible and agile to be able to, so we need to combine that programmatic approach with the more flexible and agile approach, particularly to respond to shifts in the environment, as we have seen with the pandemic and other shocks that a number of speakers have mentioned today. We're also saying that scenario planning is not just about long-term planning, which is what traditionally it has been informed, but it also should be utilized for short and medium-term planning, and even the manner in which we analyze and respond to what we call burning platforms. But I think the former SG is also correct that we need to invest more as government, and one would argue the state machinery as a whole, in capacity building in these areas of work, including scenario planning, modeling, foresighting, anticipatory governance, and so on. And this will also inform our current processes of our short-term planning for 23-24, as well as budget prioritization. That is already well underway, but also importantly, the planning and prioritization for the proposed draft medium-term plan for 2024 to 2029, as well as long-term planning. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Nett, for the response. Can we then move to invite other participants to also respond?
Yes, hand, Chair.
Let me just check. Okay. The hand of Naomi Nkonda. Naomi?
No, thank you, Chair. I'm going to ask a question. I'm not going to respond. So maybe you can conclude.
Yeah. Let's do that one. You'll get an opportunity when we do the follow-ups. Any response, Ms. Mabuza? Or we are fine?
Just briefly, if I may indicate on the issue of coordination, Chair, we wouldn't have achieved the 36.7 billion rands that the department and its entities reported to the select committee just recently if there was no coordination. I believe that the interdepartmental coordination has improved markedly, Chair, since I have had opportunity to serve on the IDC board. Where there are opportunities for us to improve so the intra-departmental has improved, but between us and other departments or ourselves and other entities, there is still a scope for great improvement. If I may just in conclusion, make an example of an intervention that for example, our minister had to take on with one of our critical entities, agriculture facing, almost being crippled in terms of increased losses because of the loss of power, which impacts the plant and forces them to then have to reboot their furnaces, taking a lot of time to get them to productivity again, Chair, and therefore causing inefficiencies that were leading to massive losses. Our minister stepped in and made sure that there is more coordination between the other, not just the other departments that were impacted, but also the municipality concerned, in order to make sure that that entity can start seeing those losses addressed. So, Chair, it's a work in progress from my perspective. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Mabuza, for reassuring us that indeed it's a work in progress. Dr. Jankis.
Thank you so much, Chair Mang, and to members as well. Thank you so much. I don't know if I'm clear. Am I clear, Chair?
Yeah, clear. Yeah.
Thank you so much once more for the opportunity to be part of this summit. I just want to comment on a few items. I think the first one is around the issue raised by Honorable Down, that I think the point that we find, what we see in our analysis really shows that if we are going to see, if the recovery plan is going to place so much importance of the role of the sector, the small, medium enterprises, in realizing some of these socioeconomic challenges, clearly one of the single largest challenges facing the sector is access to finance. And I think what we see in our analysis really is that, the schemes that were put out by government in the COVID-19 recently now really shows us how much we're still lagging behind with our financial sector transformation. I mean, by its own admission, the sector has recently, in their reports, annual reports on transformation, have admitted they haven't done enough to transform. But I think the issue here is not really about the issue of credit extension. Credit extension is a key issue for any developing country. I mean, I looked in the literature there in Brazil. They have a development bank they had for since 1956. And really, one of the role of this development bank was to really extend directly to certain sectors that are seen as important, particularly productive sectors. And I think our presentation shows that actually. In our case, where we want to see the sector contributing quite productively, without making compensation available to the sector, we will take quite a long time to realize. And I think this is very important. And as I'm saying that the debt was even guaranteed by government shows that the sector still doesn't understand. I mean, the financial sector still doesn't understand the SMEs, hence it still profile them as high risk sectors, entities and sectors and so on. So that's a very important provision to make here. And certainly, the bottom line is that there has to be one way, some measures where credit extension is made available in a very large set to the sector for it to be able to contribute meaningfully to the realization of the economic recovery plan. So that's certainly the emphasis here. The sector, the financial sector has to really play its role, has not played, and government has to look at other avenues to ensure that the credit is extended to the private sector of the economy, and the small, micro, medium enterprise have a very important role to play in that regard. I think that's a point I want to emphasize, and we can share with the honour members our analysis in this regard. I think the point around the targets, Deputy Chair, we have, it's a point that we raised as well in our overall analysis of the plan, to say the challenge of the plan is, as I said in the beginning, it doesn't necessarily provide any new provisions or policy priorities than those that are in a NDP or the MTSF. And however, what it doesn't do, it doesn't provide the targets or indicators from which we're able to track the progress and so on. I think there's a point that we raised for oversight purposes that there has to be some, because I understand the DPME does a lot of coordination around that, and they've done very good reports on mid-term, on mid-year reports on that. But I think there's a very sense from our perspective that the recovery plan itself, it has to have some targets, or it has to have some sort of indicators from which we can realize whether we are achieving the plans or not. And it's a matter that we raised even before in this regard. The point around the constitutional court ruling and procurement, public procurement, I mean, the recovery plan plays so much importance of the role of public procurement in realizing some of the social economic indicators. I think there's somebody speaking there. Right. So I think what we have done is,
but I think it's fine. You can continue.
All right.
Yes.
Thank you so much. I think what we have done recently, look at the analysis, we had a lot of engagements with our colleagues in Twitter as well. And we looked at the list, but also I think the focus really was around, in order to rectify the wrongs that the Constitutional Court have highlighted, there has to be a careful consideration that we don't create even further problems in the system. Because if we're using public procurement, if the recovery plan see public procurement as an important part of transformation, development suppliers, ensuring the domestic suppliers, and production and so on. The use of national framework in guiding the procurement is still protected within the Constitution itself. So the interpretation of the court, I'm not a lawyer, they're lawyers, who can interpret, but I think from the policy perspective, we're saying the Constitution still gives government authority or power to centralize, to look at to guide the procurement from a central point of view. And I think our concern is that removing those mechanisms that are allowed by the Constitution from the preferential procurement and allowing or giving it to the organs of state from themselves to implement or to decide the approach on localization, on preferential procurement, or supporting small business, the empowerment, and so many other transformation measures, leaving them to organs of state will create a lot of fragmentations. And I think, importantly, we're saying the initial draft, by excluding those measures, will take us back, particularly when we see the importance of rural industrial policy and rely heavily on the public procurement to realize some of these developmental objectives. I think that's really key. I want to emphasize it. Keeping those within this national framework is still within the framework. The Constitutional Court, from our policy, from our understanding, if you look at the policy perspective, has not barred the government from remaining with that at the central, the Minister of Finance from remaining with that as a central point of view. And I think what we've seen, Chair, what we're also trying to say that, look, because the point is that the draft preferential procurement simply says the organ states themselves have to come up with a measure to realize those preferential procurement goals, which in a sense, the reasons why we've had them in the first place was also to allow national coordination of this realization of this policy provisions, but also recognizing the issue of capacity and capabilities, because organ state is a very broad concept. It could mean a school, or could mean even different sectors. And when you listen to the AG report last yesterday about the local government, there's certainly a lot of issue of capacity in implementing some of these measures. But I think what we're trying to emphasize is that a national framework can still retain with those provisions at the national level, which allows the government to monitor the implementation of development objectives as set out in the Constitution. And this is in line with the international norms to have national framework which guide preferential procurement as stipulated in the Constitution. I think there's a conversation, in putting this conversation really, we like to emphasize that the Parliament has to, Parliament in consideration of these frameworks may invite research directors to provide context, but also to ensure that how we protect these measures are set out for development in this regard. I'll leave it there, Chair, and we can provide further in write-up analysis in this regard. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Jantjies. I will now move to the Financial and Fiscal Commission. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. Indeed, we have highlighted Honorable Lucas' misalignments that we have picked up in regards to what is in the Economic and Reconstruction and Recovery Plan as a priority, and what is the actual spending. So the Commission has noted that there is a misalignment between the prioritization of spending within the economic functions relative to the high impact job creation areas which have been highlighted in the plan, namely the infrastructure rollout, the localization through industrialization, and food security. But I'll let our researchers also explain in detail the extent of that misalignment. And with regards to government guarantees, honorable members, we have done an extensive analysis as a FFC, and we have shown that government guarantees an exposure as a percentage of GDP is increasingly high, and Eskom's guarantee exposure has increased by 29.6 billion to 327.9 billion due to additional drawdowns. I think the question by Honorable Dango with regards to government guarantees and the role of the banks, it's a question that we can explore and the impact thereof. Our researchers are on the platform. I'd like to call on Thando to specifically speak to the area on Eskom, and then to Sianda to speak to the area regarding the misalignment, to explain in detail. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chair. Sianda and Thando.
Okay, thank you, Chair, and thank you again for the opportunity to elaborate on this issue. So, with regards to Eskom, what we just want to emphasize is that, as we've alluded to when we're presenting, the analysis of Eskom when it comes to its finances shows that Eskom is not in a very healthy, financial situation, precisely because when you look at its assets versus its liabilities, you see that they've got there's a huge discrepancy between the two. Their liabilities are much higher than their assets, meaning therefore their ability then to function as a business is highly constrained in that regard. So they are unable to function well because their finances are not in a very healthy situation. So that's the point that we want to emphasize when it comes to Eskom, and we've conducted also a ratio analysis just looking at the profitability and also their ability to pay their debts. When we see that these ratios are also, speaking to the fact that indeed Eskom finds itself in a very difficult position where they are unable to service their debt, and if they are not able to service their debt effectively, then it means even operationally they are constrained, and their profit margins as well, we see that are affected to a very large extent by that, and also the fact that their tariffs are currently unable to cover sufficiently the cost of generating electricity. So all of these issues are coming together to form a picture that is not healthy financially. So that's what we want to say. That's the first thing that we want to say. So if that's the case, then because Eskom is critical in energy in the energy security of South Africa, it means then energy security. In as far as it depends on Eskom in its current state, it's in a very vulnerable situation, and if that is the case, it means then therefore the reforms that have been suggested and that some of them are ongoing at Eskom. But the fact that we've made also on the presentation is that these reforms are slow, and because they are slow, we continue to experience things like load shedding and a situation where Eskom is not in a position to generate enough electricity for the country, and that is key for the economy. So those are the 2 points that we wanted to emphasize when it comes to Eskom. Thank you, Chair. I'll leave Sianda then to elaborate on the other issues. Thanks.
Thank you, Tando. Sianda?
Thank you, Chair. Apologies, I had disconnected and had to reconnect again. But I think I grasp the issue. It's around the issue of misalignment. So the issue that we are raising insofar as misalignment is concerned is that when we do an analysis of the plan, looking at the key priorities of the plan versus the allocations and versus expenditure trends that we see, what we then recognize is that there is actually a decline in some of the key areas in which the plan focuses on. For instance, we see that when we look at manufacturing is central to the plan, is central to the recovery. However, if you take the allocations and if you look at the plans, you then realize that there is a projected decrease in terms of expenditure and allocations, which then suggests that these plans actually, or these programs that are featured on the plan are not actually prioritized when it comes to funding. So that raises a concern in terms of us realizing the objectives of the plan. So for us to realize the objectives of the plan, you need a plan that can be funded, a plan that is where we see our expenditure, the expenditure prioritizes the plan. So we identify quite, I think, 3 allocations. We look also at the food and food security. We see that also if you look at it over the MTEF period, you see that there is actually a decline in allocations that are appropriated to this program. But this is one of the central elements of the plan. So what we see overall is that there is a need to balance between the plan and its objectives, and also balancing that together with the allocations. If there is a misalignment with the two, you will have a plan that is not funded, a plan that is not achievable. So here we raise a caution that for us to achieve the objectives of the plan, that means the composition of economic function expenditure should then be aligned to the plan. So that is the point that we're trying to make, that it is important that these two are not misaligned. Otherwise, we will never achieve the objectives of the plan. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Sisanda. Earlier on, there was a hand from Naomi. Let's deal with that. Naomi?
Thank you. Thank you, Chairperson. Good afternoon, honorable members, and good afternoon also to the different teams, the ministers that are with us. We appreciate the information which enables us to do better in our oversight work, especially person like myself who is in a province. So I think I just wanted to start where I think Janchi's ended. I think we should indeed be very concerned, and perhaps through this conversation, Chairperson, be able to indeed decide what then do we do around this possible uncertainty that may be presented by the current changes or imminent threats on the procurement. Because indeed, if we consider including, I think, what was being raised as part of the job creation around local content or localization through industrialization, how in that certain space do we then be assured about those kind of targets of the ERRP, of their ability to still be realized. So I think I am just adding to sort of this particular concern to say also, I think from where one is sitting around the issue of fragmentation, but moreover, how do you ensure that the type of entrepreneurial spirit that you'd want to enhance in the various areas, that this kind of public procurement regulatory framework that may end up being not being uniform in the different regions and state entities that we have. So how do we manage such where it would mean somebody sitting in Cape Town may have to deal with a different procurement rules, different to when that particular person has to contract with the state in another province. So I think those are some of the concerns that I think we just need to sort of be looking at in terms of the impact of what we're trying to do to support SMME development, particularly at this point. But also, Chair, I'm not sure, I would have wanted also to hear more about the space on the SMME that is part of the ERP. I'm not sure that will be with the Department of Small Business or Trade and Industry, because my question here in the main, is that when we talk about the township economy, stroke or informal economy, we know at this point we're sitting with some serious challenges as it relates to actually the regulatory and legislative environment for the township economy, particularly because we know townships are a function of the old system that would not have actually planned for a sort of business or commercial activities in the townships. And we just saw the intervention, which I think we all must applaud, of the township bill to enact in Gauteng, something that is not there in the other provinces, because that actually start to deal with some of the red tape, some of the challenges of bylaws and other support. I think we would have seen during the COVID challenges of informal traders, where at one point the minister through the National Disaster Act had actually waived trading permits for informal traders, but you still had found in some, especially here, I'm referring because I'm here in the Western Cape, in the city of Cape Town, where you had a series of informal traders who are trying to apply and are not being sent from pillar to post because of some of these legislative and bylaws sometimes that are not enabling your informal sector and the township economy, including the issue of economic infrastructure in the township because you would found some of the businesses that are operating in the townships. The reality is that in the townships, you don't necessarily get zoned spaces for businesses. If they are, they are very limited. Most people would be running some of their economic activities or businesses from their residential spaces. And now what then happens is that government, municipalities would be expecting some of them, to go and apply for zoning of those. And some of that brings in red tape of some having to wait for more than a year and others, for such. And those are the things that are discouraging, township entrepreneurship at this point. So I think it's one also area that I would be interested just to get if there's any office that is dealing with this particular issue, so that also when we pick up some of these challenges from the township economy or township entrepreneurs, we know where to channel them, Chair. My last one, I think I wanted just to ask around the issue of energy, is whether is there funding, and perhaps if Memabuza at IDC can also answer me here, whether IDC does provide funding that support renewable infrastructure. And I'm asking this because I am not sure who can give us information that when the Minister of Minerals had also with the President had given the designation on the 100 megawatt, whether do we have any takers, what's the level of uptake in that particular space? Because I think also that was to enable a small generation that could be taken up even by communities. I was listening to Memabuza speaking about the forestry communities, and one was just, I think, thinking about how these communities, one have been told that you can sort of establish smaller biomass or biogas energy generation projects. So I'm trying to find out if that were to be the case, is there funding, dedicated towards renewable energy, particularly for those in the communities that would also want to participate in the space? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for the follow-up question. We will give over to Memarawa and Memabuza, the chair of the board, to respond to the question raised. And then thereafter, Honorable Khai will be taking over to proceed with the third aspect of the program. Memarawa, on yes.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. I would like to start off by recapping on the master plan issues. I had not responded to it, and I realized after I had said I'm done. In terms of the master plans, yes, there is a mitigation measure on those master plans where they are not performing. The master plans go through the Executive Oversight Committee, which is led by the respective minister, and then it goes through the Project Steering Committee for the master plans led by the DTIC, and then it goes to the economic cluster where the DGs of the economic cluster will also be informed of the progress and then nudge the relevant Director General to work on the master plans and submit them for approval. So each DG will have to account for the delays in the master plans that they are working on, and that will be reported to the respective ministers and to cabinet. So that's the process where the DGs will continue to nudge the respective Director General to make sure that they perform and deliver on the master plans. Then the second issue is the important question that has been raised regarding the small enterprise development and what is being done. Yes, a lot is being done for the small enterprise development by the Department of Small Business Development. For example, if you look at a small enterprise manufacturing support scheme, by end of December 2021, about 507 million has been earmarked for disbursement to small enterprise manufacturing companies. 328 million of the half a billion money was actually used to support 46 SMMEs, and these generated about 3,092 jobs. Another important intervention made by the department was to support the products manufactured by small enterprises to be registered with the wholesalers and retailers. And a total of 289 products were supported, and they are now going through the wholesalers and the retailers in the country. Then the what they call business vitality program, it approved 5 deals amounting 25 million, and those 5 deals actually supported 92 jobs. Then when it comes to cooperatives, they also have a lot of interventions that they make to support cooperatives. Then the business recovery programs, they also have lots of projects, and these are disaggregated according to different provinces. For example, for the recovery program, they had 195 deals in Gauteng and KwaZulu-Natal, which were approved to the value of 192 million and 123 million respectively. And 104 deals that were approved supporting 1,738 jobs and in other provinces. So we do have this Department of Small Business having a lot of different programs that are supporting SMEs, basically based in the rural areas, in the township economy. So we have a lot of work that's going there that is taking place. Then the last question was on the small-scale embedded generation and whether there's any progress and where would people get funding. Most of currently 553 small-scale generators have already been registered with NESA and they've got licenses. And those 553 small-scale embedded generators, they are actually going to generate 2,608 megawatts. Then when it comes to access to funding, it is a challenge, yes, but most of these projects are funded by our local commercial banks, and also the IDC plays a role in funding some of those projects. So what if the project has got a good project proposal, it has got an agreement where a company or a municipality is willing to offtake, usually it is not difficult to secure funding. We have also heard about the funds that have been earmarked for South Africa. I'm sure those are some of the funds that can be tapped into in order to enable these small-scale embedded generators and investors in general who are investing in the clean energy sector to access funds that have got a lower or cheaper funds, technically with a lower interest rates, because some of the interest rates that these BEE companies in the energy space are being charged by both the development financial institutions and commercial banks, they are extremely high, which actually renders the profitability of their investment very low. And it becomes a serious challenge to the potential investors. And as a Department of Mineral Resources and Energy, we have noted this challenge, and we are engaging with a number of commercial banks so that they can consider energy projects and ensure that they support such projects, but also support them actually using interest rates that would enable the investors to have profitable projects. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Namaraba. Is there any, is the chair still around? Chair Mabuza?
Chairperson, I am, but I just wish to apologize to Honorable Nomi. I did indicate I have another engagement. So I stepped out for a moment to call them and tell them I'm running late. So the question that I caught was the one around the distributed energy systems opportunity and whether we're able to fund that or not. If I may start there, Chair. Chair, as my colleague Elizabeth has already indicated, there is definitely very good uptake of the opportunity that has been opened up by the deregulation of the energy sector. We're seeing quite a number of our business partners actually approaching us, either by themselves wanting to implement those energy systems for their own companies, or approaching us with partners, Chair, because if you're a mining company, for example, you recognize that you don't have expertise in energy, then they bring partners who are going to implement the energy portion, and there are tariff arrangements there that allow the other business to then supply the energy. Chair, where the opportunity probably needs to be cultivated, and I must say that an NEF is probably better placed than an IC at the moment to assist in that regard, is what Honorable Numi refers to as communities taking advantage of that opportunity. Very, very important, because it would relieve the pressure on ESCOM. If we decentralize, we start having decentralized, I think, power producers and suppliers that are supplying small projects and small communities. But an example that I think is maybe worth emulating, there's a business that we saw that was looking to put up solar panels at shopping centers and garages, for example. I think that's an exciting opportunity for young people. So we're seeing participation of young people across the spectrum, which is exciting, but we haven't seen the critical mass that, of course, you would be looking for, that will lead to the transformation and the inclusive growth that we're referring to. So hopefully that will snowball and grow. IDC has a very big exposure to renewable energy. Development Bank of Southern Africa, probably a similar size, if not slightly bigger. So the DFIs are there insofar as supporting the energy intervention is concerned. Chair, if I missed any question, please may I just be assisted with being reminded what it was.
Thank you, Chair. I think you have adequately responded to the issues raised that were canvassed. And let me again take this opportunity to express a word of gratitude to the team that was able to share their thoughts with us, right from Dr. Mabuza, Dr. Jankis, Dr. Mbava, and his team for clearly taking part in terms of what is that could be done, one, to fund the economic recovery and reconstruction plan, and then two, they are taking in terms of key catalytic sectors that are integral part of the ERRP, but more than that, the role that could be played by the Industrial Development Corporation in terms of expanding access through industrial development around job creation in the food, beverage, forestry, agro-derivative industry, and also how to utilize and advance the development local regional resource. Our gratitude to all of you. And without any use of time, I'll then hand over to Honorable Khai to proceed. Over to you, Honorable Khai.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Let me start fresh and greet Honorable Deputy Chairperson of the NCOP, House Chairperson Nyambi, ministers, deputy ministers, MECs, permanent and special delegates, members of the National Assembly present here, representatives of SALGA, Chair of FFC, Chair of IDC, DGs and DDGs of departments, NCOP Secretary and his team. I'm glad also the Director of Budget Office in Parliament, greetings. I'm glad that DPME is now will be part of our committee. I don't think there was a committee in the NCOP that was responsible for oversighting the DPME. Whilst we are dealing with the economic cluster in our committees, but also will be asking the DPME to always update us on the progress, especially issues that they are dealing with. I had a question that was not responded to on social compact, but fortunately, DPME will be part of our committee. We follow those up. Issues of master plan, transport, infrastructure, and small businesses. Thank you very much. We are now going to continue with the program. We are on session 3, the provincial responses on accelerating the implementation of South Africa's economic reconstruction and recovery plan, maximizing the growth potential of provinces, districts, and localities. Firstly, it's the accelerating of localization across provinces, focusing on strategic intervention, on employment-oriented strategic localization, reindustrialization, and export promotion, assessing progress made, identifying and leveraging on potential of labor-intensive sectors across the province, intervention to accelerate recovery and expand employment opportunities, identifying catalytic project, measurable deliverables, all other key projects to consolidate during the 6th dispensation. We'll also deal with the intervention to localize the ERRP across province, district, and localities, employment-oriented strategic localization, reindustrialization, and export promotion, assessing progress made, identifying and leveraging on the potential of labor-intensive sectors across provinces, and intervention to accelerate recovery and expand employment opportunities. Yeah, so I will now then invite MEC, Honorable P. Tau, MEC of Economic Development, Environment, Agriculture and Rural Development in the Gauteng province. Over to you, Honorable Tau.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Honorable Chairperson and Deputy Chairpersons of the NCOP, Honorable members of the NCOP, ministers, deputy ministers, premiers and MECs present, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. On this Youth Month, as the Gauteng Provincial Government, we are honored to participate at this Oversight Conference into the localization of the economic reconstruction and recovery plan. It is a fitting platform to reflect on progress made and possibly unmade to realize inclusive economic growth and facilitate mass employment. It is fitting that this oversight conference into the ERRP is taking place in this activist People's Parliament. As the chair of the NCOP, Honorable Masondo, said early this month at the introduction of the budget vote debate, and I quote, "The provinces are central to the work of the NCOP, and we cannot overemphasize the importance of cooperation and proper coordination in the planning and implementation of government policies and programs," close quote. As the Gauteng provincial government, in the 6th administration led by Premier David Makhura, our structural interventions are guided by the Growing Gauteng Together 2030 Plan of Action. As you know, this actionable and measurable provincial blueprint is a localized iteration of the national ERRP. So what is the progress to date in the localization of the ERRP in the Gauteng City region? Which policy, legislative, and programmatic instruments are being deployed to advance ERRP localization in the Gauteng City region? Honorable Chair, the Gauteng provincial government is fully cognizant of the role government across the 3 spheres to address developmental challenges reliant on participatory and cooperative governance must play. By reference to participatory governance is meant public-private partnerships forged in social compacts between municipalities, business, labor, and civil society in general. In this regard, the Gauteng Department of Economic Development has registered notable progress with the Public-Private Growth Initiative, which is a key enabler we have agreed upon, with leadership from all 10 high-growth priority sectors identified in the Growing Gauteng Together 2030 Plan of Action. In making reference to cooperative governance, this is an acknowledgement that we have to do more with less. This implies and requires spending our resources efficiently in order to aggregate our collective efforts and to leverage existing policy instruments and tools. The key commitment from the ERRP enjoins government to develop a fit-for-purpose procurement framework for infrastructure and regulatory framework for PPPs. In this regard, the Gauteng provincial government is already implementing the Gauteng provincial government broad-based Black economic empowerment and local content and production framework in this new financial year. All the departments have committed to the framework through budgets and projects that will ensure the effective and efficient implementation of the BBBEE Act and the Local Procurement Accord of 2011. In particular, we can announce that through the Lanseria High-Tech SEZ and working with GTech, 3 clusters of investors with land assets and their own investor pipeline are willing to enter into a project development agreement that will establish a real estate investment trust, which can be partnered with the GPG. In connection to transport and logistics, the Gauteng Eastern Cape High-Capacity Rail Corridor is gazetted as a strategic infrastructure project, and the Gauteng provincial government will now be an anchor member. The focal point of this rail corridor is designed to support export-driven growth initiatives. Ladies and gentlemen, in the energy sector, in our associated target, for the 2022-2023 financial year, the focal point is on microgrid initiatives, including an RFI to identify microgrid demand and supply pools. 2 commercial green microgrid proposals in Protea Glen and in the Tshwane Automotive Special Economic Zone are under negotiation with the IDC for the next stage feasibility and funding deployment. The University of Johannesburg is providing technical support to finalize the GPG Green Hydrogen Roadmap, and the Green H2 investors in SEZ networks are actively plugged in. Additionally, the Gauteng Provincial Government is in the process of activating a joint funding facility with the DBSA and the IDC. Chairperson, the ERRP is clear that we have to facilitate creation of diverse economic opportunity, more so for young people, women, and for people with disabilities. Thus far, we can report on the following employment generation pathways. With regard to industrial cannabis, progress to date includes the following: an RFI for project partners across all focus areas has already gone out publicly, and the VAL and Western SEZ is already including cannabis investor clusters. A proposal for cannabis exchange linked to the OR Tambo SEZ is being vetted. Actionables to accelerate job-rich growth in food, beverages, and agro-processing has the following objectives and seeded these results. The GPG is working in partnership with the sectors to design and deploy an agglomeration platform for Black producers and processors. This will link with the Gauteng ecosystem to national and continental value chains through the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement. The GPG will work with the sectors to design and deploy a support program for food and beverages produced in township agro-processing clusters to be sold across a full range of township retailers. And the GPG will work with major franchise platforms to design and deploy a shared ownership, consolidated ownership structure for franchises operating in the new township enterprise zones. As part of our economic acceleration program, we support the agricultural sector through inter alia, an export facilitation program that ensures that South African agricultural products destined for international markets are compliant with global standards. Black livestock farmers demonstrating a potential to trade across South African borders have been enrolled into a farm biosecurity assurance program so that they are able to provide the minimum disease freedom guarantee required to participate in the export market. Ladies and gentlemen, I trust we are in agreement that strategic localization, in essence, hinges on promotion of local purchase of goods and services to stimulate economic growth and employment generation. In ensuring that our special economic zones and industrial parks become investment frontiers for localization, reindustrialization, and export promotion, we can highlight the following progress to date. In the VAL SEZ, land assets have been identified and a master plan will be completed by July this year. In the Western Corridor N12 SEZ, an investor pipeline is identified for agro-processing, green H2, hemp cultivation, and processing and bus manufacturing. In the OR Tambo SEZ, negotiations are underway on allocating land use rights next to the site into a legal vehicle controlled by the state following the Lanseria model. With regard to manufacturing and industrial clusters linked to 22 most purchased products and services, properties are currently being identified in the future township economic zones, and BBBEE funding matchmaking process is prioritizing production of goods and services needed by departments for the deployment of their BBBEE funds. Honorable Chair, the game-changing and enacting Township Economic Development Act will progressively reshape inarguably for succeeding generations the economic geography of the Gauteng City Region Township Enterprise Zones. The Act is a new deal aimed not only at bringing economic opportunities for benefit by the majority population, but is lauded widely across political parties because it aims, for instance, to replace sizably so red tape with smart tape, provide targeted tax incentives, and target procurement and pipeline development. Moreover, fast-tracking reforms to foster competitive and inclusive economy is being done through these other programmatic interventions. In terms of the tax economy nodes, 10 township tax economy nodes have been identified, funding applications have been submitted, and all necessary MOUs have been completed with delivery partners. In connection with the install, repair, and maintenance contracting hubs linked to 40% of the provincial government maintenance budget have been identified. Program Director, in conclusion, as the Gauteng Provincial Government, we are pleased to participate in this NCOP-hosted ERRP Oversight Conference. We support fully this conference and its recommendations, since it is a platform to share best practice across the three spheres of government as informed and guided by the district development model. After all, an activist developmental state at both national and local level, as highlighted by our collective responses to the COVID-19 health and economic pandemic, is a window for the state to become both an enabler and disruptor of the status quo. Hence, the opposite words of the NCOP chair are underlined when he cancels, and I quote, "Parliament is an organ of people's power and a critical instrument for the transformation of society. As has been said before, life's roughest storms prove the strength of our anchors," close quote. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable MEC. The next speaker is Honorable MP Mohale, MEC for Economic, Small Business Development, Environmental Affairs and Tourism, Province of the Free State.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair, to the Deputy Chairperson of the NCOP, Honorable Lucas, to honorable members of the NCOP, members of the executive at the national and the provincial level, representatives of the different institutions, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. Honorable Chair, today is the 17th of June in 2022, which is the second day after we have celebrated the historic June 16 uprisings, which was marked by uncontrollable fury and burning hostility. Whilst many students and parents alike had not heard about Hector Peterson, and many who were killed, burnings continued. Narrating the events of that day, one Solomon Marikele, who was a student from Rulani Primary School, said, "On the second day, I picked up stones and I joined the struggle. We targeted the schools, buses, shops, and cars. We were angry and unstoppable." We gather here today, Honorable Chair, exactly 46 years since these uprisings. But today, not to throw stones and bombs, but to build an inclusive economy. We are, however, as resilient as those students of 1976, and we commit to ensure that the people shall share in the country's wealth. As we requested by this August House, we'll deliver an input and cut on the following pillars: our value chain economic transformation approach in the Free State, and the procurement framework, and the draft integrated local economic development and transformation bill, and the strategies emanating from our master plan. On the value chain's economic transformation, part of the assessment made by the sixth administration is the lack of transformation of our economy. We realize that in terms of ownership patterns, most of the sectors of our economy were dominated largely by white-owned companies. We also found that our economy was too reliant on the export of raw materials rather than the value add to those materials. As a result, we thought that the only way to transform this economy of our province was to zoom into the value chains of key sectors of the Free State economy. The approach, which entails supporting both the primary and secondary sectors in the various value chains. The primary sectors are concerned with the input supply, production, processing, storage, wholesale, retail, and consumption. The secondary actors, which are also called value chain development support agents, get involved in services that support primary activities like transportation, brokerage, packing, handling, certification, and financial support. Our value chain actors are the promoting agents like government bodies that provide support activities and interventions to foster value chain development. And these interventions may include provision of market information, advice on business planning, or the initiation of partnering arrangements. There are also influencers of value chain like regulatory framework, policies, trade regimes, market intervention, and infrastructures. This is the rationale for us as the Free State to develop an approach towards economic transformation that we call value chain economic development and transformation approach. And on the Free State procurement framework, one of the ways to ensure that we put value chain's economic approach, we have developed the Free State procurement framework as a province. Because we understand that the Constitution of South Africa recognizes the decades of racial discrimination and economic disempowerment, which cannot be eradicated unless bold and radical decisions are taken. The most significant provision in the Constitution that precisely directs government procurements to be used as a policy tool is Section 217. This section points to 5 principles as indicated. However, the subsection 2 thereof states that it does not prevent the organs of state from implementing a procurement policy providing for categories of preference in the allocation of contracts and protection or advancement of persons or categories of persons disadvantaged by unfair discrimination. The Section 217 of the Constitution, therefore, makes provision for the use of state procurement as a policy tool. Therefore, this framework is intended not to replace the current procurement framework and prescripts, but to enhance the application of those. The purpose of the framework is to enhance the application of procurement processes by, among others, ensuring that provincial government leverage on the procurement spend to the benefit of the local economy, small business and cooperatives, as well as to promote and support the locally manufactured commodities, to also provide support to the small and medium enterprises to ensure that they participate in the mainstream economy through inclusion in various value chains, and to provide guidance to the provincial departments on the implementation of the framework and ensure monitoring and evaluation of the implementation of this framework. But most importantly, to link public procurement with the SMME development through the policy. To ensure successful implementation of the industrialization strategy, the provincial government should provide support to the designated sectors by sourcing of goods and services from manufacturers and not third parties. And this should be clearly stipulated in the bid documents to ensure that non-manufacturing activities enterprises are eliminated. We have also noticed that there are some of the key departments that are the highest spenders on the goods and services over the past 5 years, and which will be used, or they have been identified as those budgets which will be used strategically for the purposes of industrialization, aimed specifically at the locals and the small businesses. Those are the departments of human settlements, education, police, roads and transport, and public works, which are mainly in the economic cluster. And on the integrated local economic development and transformation bill, we have noticed that the economy of South Africa and the Free State in particular continues to remain untransformed. And the lack of enforceable business regulation regime creates unfavorable conditions for economic participation, investments, and economic growth. And of the key challenges that are facing the Free State economy are the lack of regulation, the barriers to entry, and the skewed ownership patterns, and the difficulty of participation by those that were previously disadvantaged, and the lack of financial and non-financial support towards the small business. To this end, the provincial government has produced a draft Free State Local Economic and Transformation Bill in order to address these challenges. This bill,
excuse me, MEC, can I ask Mahoka to please mute? Mahoka, Kobola, Salom. Please mute. Still not muted. Mahoka?
Sorry?
Salom, please mute.
Okay, sorry, I was put away.
Can you please mute?
All right, I'm going to the...
Still not muted. Can you please mute your microphone?
Yes.
I'm trying to get to the system, to the...
Okay. Sorry about that, MEC.
Thank you.
Unmute MEC, unmute MEC. You are muted now.
Yes. Yeah, MEC, you are now muted. You are still muted. Yeah, you can continue.
Okay, thank you very much. This bill seeks to facilitate and promote inclusive economic growth, allowing a transformative paradigm in order to build a cohesive and an equal society which is underpinned by growing and inclusive economy that harness potential of all citizens and persons with permanent status in the Republic. And this bill also seeks to ensure that it will diversify the ownership patterns, but also to facilitate easier access by new entrants to all the sectors of the economy. With this bill, the provincial government seeks to utilize it once passed as one of the catalysts to ensure that all the state institutions, particularly the provincial government and municipalities, are compelled to make use of the small business as opposed to that matter being left in the hands or the consciousness of those that are making decisions. Part of the key to that bill is that it tries to ensure that it will compel everyone who uses the public funds to procure to direct them that only those goods that are produced within the borders of the Free State must be the ones that are given preference. That will ensure that there is a demand that has been created into those commodities which are produced in the Free State province. This comes as a result of the fact that most of the goods that are consumed or commodities, they are mostly or majority of them being sourced outside the borders of the province, and the province loses an opportunity to add value. And also as a result, it loses the opportunity to create jobs. Lastly, on the strategies emanating from master plans of key economic sectors. As part of ensuring that we transform our economy, we are focused on the following value chains of the economy, which we have developed. The clothing, textile, leather and footwear, tourism, agro-processing, biodiversity, land and property, steel and metal fabrication, mining, automotive, chemicals and energy, financial services, communications, and digital economy. Emanating from this, we have developed specific strategies from each master plan. For an example, as part of our economic recovery plans, we are taking a focused approach in supporting businesses that are in agro-processing. This is in line with the strategy of the Free States to leverage on one of our strengths, which is agriculture. Because Free State has always been known as one of the breadbaskets of the country because of its strong agricultural input. And it is for this reason that we want to continue to pursue accelerated and inclusive growth of this sector. This will ensure that we are able to create jobs, provide much needed skills, and bring food security to the people. And as a Free State, we also recognize the huge potential, the huge economic potential that can be brought about by commercialization of cannabis and hemp. This potential is documented in the department's biodiversity master plan as one of those subsectors with potential. As a province also wants to be as a pioneers by tapping into prospective economic stimulus, green gold, that it can bring for the province. And the COVID-19 pandemic has shown us that we need to strengthen our local industries to be responsive to supply chain needs. This presents the South African manufacturing sector an opportunity to position itself as an attractive business destination. This is in line with our economic recovery plan as we want to position the Free State manufacturing base as competitive for both local and global markets. And that bill, once passed, it will then ensure that this becomes a reality.
We lost you now, MEC. We've lost you now. Can you perhaps switch off your video and try and continue without your video to save your network connection? Honorable members, can you hear me? Or is it perhaps a problem on my side?
Yes.
Oh, you can hear me.
Honorable High, we have been disconnected.
Okay. Maybe let's then continue because it was about to conclude. Let's continue with the next speaker, Honorable Foslo, Northern Cape, Economic Development and Tourism, MEC. I didn't see him on the list of the participants.
Yes, they sent an apology. Honorable Foslo is currently abroad. So they send an apology. So can we then continue? Then you can call Mukoni.
Can you then call Honorable Mukoni, MEC for Limpopo Economic Development, Environment and Tourism. Over to you, Honorable MEC.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson and Honorable Deputy Chairperson, Honorable Ministers, Honorable Deputy Ministers, Honorable MECs present, Honorable House Chairperson, Committees and Oversight, Special Delegates, Secretary to Parliament and Secretary to the NCOP. Honorable Chairperson, I'm thrilled to be afforded this special time to participate in this parliamentary summit with the theme Economic Reconstruction and Recovery Plan and localizing the ERRP for accelerated economic transformation. This summit takes place a day after the National Commemoration of Youth Day, the 46th anniversary of the 1976 June 16 student uprising, under the theme, Promoting Sustainable Livelihoods and Resilience of Young People for a Better Tomorrow. Occasions like this summit and every available opportunity should be thoroughly exploited to encourage our young people and indeed all of us to forge the resilience and pursue opportunities for a sustainable livelihood today and in the future. In this context, those of us in the economic sector should be inspired by our ambition outlined by the National Development Plan and integrated development in our socio-economic plans and programs. The NDP recognizes that young people bear the brunt of economic challenges such as unemployment, currently estimated at 65% among young people, and call for, among others, intervention entrepreneurship training as part of our effort to adopt a youth lens approach in economic development. Equally, our economic reconstruction and recovery plan recognizes the need for mainstreaming youth development in the current economic growth activities by promoting greater participation of youth at all economic levels. Thus, we confirm the Limpopo government commitment and continuous effort to youth development by reaffirming our commitment to the following ERRP imperatives. Youth-owned SMEs will play a significant role in the delivery of infrastructure necessary to catalyze economic recovery and reconstruction in our province. We continue to encourage and support young people to form cooperatives in key economic sectors such as retail, agriculture, and agro-processing, financial services, manufacturing, and infrastructure development. We have prioritized young people in our business ventures funding initiative to drive the recovery and reconstruction effort. We will continue to provide young people with tools and training to enable them to access online learning and opportunities. Honorable Chairperson, Limpopo government, under the leadership of Premier Chukwum Matawat, developed and adopted the Limpopo Socio-Economic Recovery Plan in 2020. This recovery plan is based on the following strategic intervention to save lives and livelihoods: scaling public employment program, industrialization through sector-led development and infrastructure development, and building the capacity of the state to implement the industrialization program. Honorable Chair, we take this opportunity not only to relate our provincial plans, but mostly important, to reflect on the accelerated progress in localizing the ERRP in our province, districts, and local areas. In short term, the Limpopo province has set aside a recovery package of 500 million to stimulate the economy in the province. The provincial economic recovery plan is further localized in our district and municipalities by integrating the identified project into our district development model and spreading projects across the 22 local municipalities. Furthermore, the Limpopo Socio-Economic Recovery Plan is supported by the provincial plans such as Industrial Master Plan, Tourism Sector Recovery Plan, and Township and Rural Economy Strategy. Significant progress has been made in the implementation of SME and cooperatives support. SME funding and relief packages, waste management relief packages, and tourism relief packages. This progress is attributed to the support and cooperation of our provincial stakeholders and national partnerships such as Department of Trade, Industry and Competition, that DTIC, and National Empowerment Fund. Honorable Chairperson, tourism is a dynamic sector of the economy through its extensive value chain and labor absorption capacity. It provides employment to individuals with varying skills. Furthermore, it supports the youth and women from rural areas and peri-urban areas. Guided by the Limpopo Socio-Economic Recovery Plan, our department has developed tourism sector recovery plan, which outlines intervention that will inform the recovery of the sector by focusing on important aspects of tourism that I will present now. The department, in association with industry stakeholders, has focused on tourism growth strategy implementation to revise cluster prioritization cooperatively with the Limpopo Tourism Agency and industrial stakeholders. Limpopo province also refocus and identify new commercial opportunities on provincial nature reserves through the implementation of the commercialization of Limpopo wildlife resource. An amount of 24 million has been set aside to support the implementation of this commercialization program. There is an expansion of product development opportunity to enhance rural heritage and tourism development through community-owned tourism enterprise, products and services such as homestays program that is being implemented in Vembe district. Honorable Chairperson, to mitigate against the effect of COVID-19 on the tourism sector, Limpopo Province has set aside an amount of 10 million to assist the SMEs in the sector in various categories such as accommodation, establishment, travel and tourism and tour operators, professional hunters, including hospitality and related services. In the same vein, we support women and youth as part of tourism sector transformation. Product owners are afforded an opportunity to participate in trade shows such as Meeting Africa and Africa Travel in Dawa to display their establishments and unique offering from the province. On behalf of the province, the Limpopo Tourism Agency under LIDET is embarking on the implementation of the Provincial Tourism Marketing Strategy and Recovery Plan. Honorable Chairperson, in Limpopo, we have a plan to industrialize the economy through the implementation of mega projects in mineral beneficiation, manufacturing, agriculture, tourism, and emphasis on fourth industrial revolution. The department implements high-impact growth catalytic projects focusing on broadband network infrastructure initiative, mining supplier hub, technology hubs, science park initiative, digital hub, and 2 special economic zones, that is Musina Makado and Fitahomu and Tuwazi. The province will soon start with the construction activities for Musina Makado SZ. 4 professional engineering firms were appointed in September 2021 to assist the Musina Makado SZ company with the development of infrastructure engineering design. The rollout of bulk infrastructure in the SZ will focus on bulk sewer supply, water treatment works, and internal roads and stormwater. The progress towards the designation of Fitahomu towards the special economic zone is at an advanced stage. There is 25 million that has been set aside this year to procure the mining input supply park owned by Glencore that will have a 30% share. This has led to a quadripartite agreement that will be finalized this year, consisting of 4 strategic partners: LIDET, this is Department of Economic Development, Environment and Tourism, Skokuna District Municipality, Fitahomu, towards local municipality and Department of Trade, Industry and Competition. A project management unit has been established and gradually being capacitated. The project management unit is initializing the infrastructure rollout in 2022-2023 financial year. In partnership with DTIC, we will continue to strengthen our investment in the provincial industrial park. The aim here is to transform these industrial hubs in Sishiru and Koankoa into centers that will provide digital transformation and innovation, thus supporting a range of complementary activities. We are also introducing the digital hubs in our industrial park through our state-owned and implementing agency, Limpopo Connection, to bolster digital training and job creation for young people. The province has signed an MOU with Department of Trade and Industry and Competition, and 23 million has been set aside to actualize the implementation of the project in this financial year. The digital hub will offer various technologies of fourth industrial revolution training program for community members. This digital hub has a long way to bridge the divide amongst township and rural residents and equip young people with skills. Ladies and gentlemen, Limpopo province is 87% rural, and therefore we are deliberate in supporting township and rural economy. The implementation of Limpopo township and rural economy is in full swing as a result, and a total amount of 8 million was disbursed through National Spaza Shop Relief Fund to benefit 1,200 registered spaza shops in Limpopo. Again, 207 SMEs and cooperatives are currently participating on Leader Business Incubation Program. During the course of 2021 financial year, the department through Leader further supported 77 youth-owned enterprises in Limpopo. we should also take it through identification of key deliverables and key projects to economic reconstruction and recovery plan, and localizing the ERRP for accelerated economic transformation. Honorable Chairperson, the department continues to monitor implementation of socio-economic recovery plan. The total investment and intervention of this recovery plan is valued at 170 billion and is projected to create over 48,000 jobs opportunities in the medium to long term. Limpopo provincial government has in September 2021 hosted Limpopo Investment Conference, and the pledges confirmed from that private business amount to 280 billion. The department is now translating this commitment into tangible projects that create value and impact on the local economy. Honorable Chairperson, we have witnessed construction and opening of phase 1 of Nkuna Smart City in November District as a case in point of our resolve to translating the investment pledges confirmed. Nkuna Smart City project is anticipated to create 910 construction jobs. Furthermore, the Sfateng Chrome Mine project with an investment value of 1.2 billion will also create approximately 950 jobs during full production. There are other initiatives that we have with other companies like Ivanhoe, which has invested 7 billion. 2 billion has already been spent. DBS has invested almost 48 billion, which is in partnership with Anglo-American in Mosina. There will be a construction of Amazon Hotel in the province beginning September 2020, and job opportunities shall be created during this construction phase of the hotel. Chairperson, let me take this opportunity to conclude and indicate that as a province of Limpopo, we are trying to make a dent into this stubborn unemployment trajectory. And we think together we can be able to conquer, and we want to take this opportunity for NCOP and Parliament to invite us to make our presentation and our thoughts in this meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, MEC. Our next speaker is Honorable MEC for Finance, Economic Development and Tourism, Mpumalanga Province, Honorable MEC PV Mkachwa. Over to you, MEC.
Yes, thank you very much, Chair. My greetings to you, Chairperson, and the Deputy Chairperson of the NCOP, Mam Lucas, the members of the NCOP, ministers and deputy ministers in the platform, all MECs and great all institutions and stakeholders who are present. Chair, let me hasten to apologize indeed if my video does not show on your side.
It is showing.
It is showing.
Yeah, very clear.
Oh, perfect. No, thank you for that confirmation, Chair.
Just worried about the 34 slides.
Don't worry, Chair. Don't worry. I will be very short. I'll be very short, right. But I will endeavor to cover sufficient ground in my presentation. But perhaps before I continue, let me join my colleagues. Let me join my colleagues in sending our utmost gratifying salutations to the generation of fearless gallant fighters of the 16th of June, 1976. Indeed, we will continue to remember their bravery. Chair, here in terms of the first slide, I'm just going to introduce the members on the platform to Mpumalanga as a province that have got a population of 4.7 million. And out of that 4.7, 50.8 are females and 49.2% are male. And those who are youth falling between the ages of 15 to 34 constitute 35.9% of the population. That is the picture of Mpumalanga. That is our constituency, which we are trying to save through the different interventions that we are mounting. Can you move the slides? I see I'm not sure who's in charge. Yes, thank you. Here is to also introduce the different sectors, economic sectors that we have as a province. We are a province which is very rich in coal reserves, and we produce about 80% of the country's coal, which contributes 20% in terms of the current prices to the GDP, providing an employment of more than 7% to the provincial employment, which with a significant percent of the province coal is also exported to countries such as China, India, South Korea, and Japan. And we are also a home of major coal-fired power stations. We are basically the energy generation hub of the country, because out of the 13 coal-fired stations, 11 of those are found in Mpumalanga, which gives you 70% of Eskom's generation capacity to be based here. Let's go to the next slide. The second sector would be agriculture and agro-processing, and here we claim also to be one of South Africa's most productive and important agricultural region, and we play a very key role in the export profile of South Africa, primarily in fruit and nuts. The lowveld of South Africa, which is the second biggest producer of citrus fruit, and while more than half of South Africa's soybeans crop is produced in Mpumalanga highveld areas, which then gives you about 14% of the province land area in natural grazing land, which is used in the production of beef, mutton, poultry, dairy, and wool. Agro-processing is centered primarily in the lowveld region of Mpumalanga, and it takes a valuable contribution to the provincial economy manufacturing sector. And the next sector is forestry as well. We boast with the forestry as a key driver for development in South Africa, local economies, particularly in rural areas where the lack of employment opportunities compounds poverty. The bulk of South Africa's forestry plantations are in Mpumalanga, basically making Mpumalanga the biggest producer of forest and wood products. The forestry sector comprises loggings and sawing, wood productions, pulp and paper, as well as specialized cellulose for global markets. And pulp and paper and the specialized cellulose are the main export along this one lumber, wood chips, and wattle extracts. Can we then move to the next sector? The next sector is manufacturing and beneficiation. Here we are also indicating that as Mpumalanga, we have a diverse manufacturing industry, which accounts for almost 15% of the provincial GDP. And the two primary pillars of the manufacturing industry in Mpumalanga, which accounts for 60% of the output of the industry, would be your fuel, petroleum, and chemical products, mechanical, and appliances. The fuel, petroleum, and chemical products manufactured in Mpumalanga are essentially synthetic fuel and its byproducts, which are produced from coal in the highveld region of the province. The other major components of the manufacturing products are ferro-alloy steel and stainless steel.
The other sector now is tourism. And we are rated as the third most visited province by foreign visitor between 2020, in 2020. And in 2021, tourism spent in Mpumalanga was more than 20 billion. And Mpumalanga boasts world-class parks and reserves, astonishing botanical gardens, rivers and lakes. Mpumalanga, together with Limpopo, we hosted the renowned Kruger National Park, one of the largest game reserves in Africa. Safaris are a major draw card, and the Kruger National Park is the jewel in South Africa's tourism crown. Sub-industries such as business travel, including conference facilities, adventure, heritage, and cultural tourism, all hold growth potential within the sector. And we have also developed our tourism recovery plan as well, which has seen most of our SMMEs in that sector benefiting. Also, we are looking into the green economy as a province. And these economic activities, such as mining, power generation, and petrochemicals production, are the leading contributors of carbon emission in the province and in the country as a whole. However, Mpumalanga is committed to lower carbon economy and has vast natural resources to drive a transition to a green economy, focusing on renewable energy, efficient and sustainable agriculture, production, cellular economy, and efficient water management. So Mpumalanga is in line with the principles of the just transition and has the potential of becoming the clean energy hub of the future, thus leading the way for low carbon development and the establishment of future-oriented industries. And here, Chair, or just 3 weeks ago, we have hosted our Mpumalanga Energy Summit. Here, perhaps we are just trying to depict a picture on the impact of COVID. How has it impacted on the unemployment figures and all that? So I would want us to skip this slide. Skip again. I want us to go to, I will tell you when to stop. Yeah, just go before the slide before this one. Yes, yeah, I'm not going to talk to the slide, but these are just indicators showing on the year, especially 2019 to 2020, that almost all the industries now are on an upward trajectory. So it means there's quite a good work that is happening within these sectors. Let's continue. Move again. Move. 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 Yes, this is where we are going to start. And here now we have, since the president announced the recovery plan, and as Mpumalanga, we have then sought to mount our own response plan. Can you move to the next slide? I think here all of us, we know this is the assertion of the president, and what he highlighted the most was that we should be determined and not to merely to return to our economy where it was before the coronavirus, but to forge a new economy in a new global reality. And I think this is what informs the plans that we have packaged in formulating our Mpumalanga Economic and Reconstruction Plan. Let's move to the next slide. You can click so that all the law can show. Yes, yeah, exactly. Oh, yeah, this is where we are. So it's what I was saying, to say immediately after the president announced the Economic Recovery and Reconstruction Plan in October 2020, the provincial government in its ESCO, led by our capable Honorable Premier Mamrufulu Mtsweni-Tsipane, in February 2021, we also decided to adopt the following approach as the response to the recovery plan. And we have then sought to develop our own plan, which we termed as the MERRP. And we said it must be aligned with the national plan. And also in the development of that plan, we then said we need to really make sure that all stakeholders are involved and engaged in the development of the plan. Hence, the district roundtables were convened in the process of developing the plan. Ngathi kunama elements we sabotage kulo muntu wama slides.
My slide to the next slide.
Sorry?
Whoever, no, I'm talking to the person who's presenting the slides. Move to the next one. Oh, you're still on the cover page. Okay.
Hey, chair, my apologies for that. Maybe I should have operated this thing myself, so that we don't lose the context. Because where I was just trying to outline that this the development of the recovery plan was really engaged through all stakeholders who convened what we call your district round tables. Engagements in the development. So from where we are, we have then said we needed also to draft an implementation plan matrix, which was equally developed and approved by ESCO. And where we are now, we do have the final draft. We were supposed to, then this was supposed to culminate into an economic summit, which is set to sit next month, which is July, to finally then approve that recovery plan, which will then be endorsed by all the stakeholders. And then jumping to the screen that you are looking at now, we are just outlining some of the strategic objectives of the plan. What is very much important here is that, as I have articulated, the plan, this plan is a product of social partners who contributed meaningfully. And you know the call of the president that we should endeavor to form social compacts as government. And we have utilized this process to do exactly that. And this plan will then assume a project-based implementation approach, focusing on game changer projects and target programs. So there will still be a lot of work that is happening, but we have chosen to then focus on these ones, which we see them as game changers to fast track the recovery of the economy in the province. And what is most important is that we have then said, because in terms of the district development model, we are talking about one plan. So this plan is a plan that is going to be implemented through the district development model, because all municipalities and districts are part of this plan. So it's our plan, all of us as a province. So let's move to the next slide. The next one, yes. The next one, yes. So here are the priorities in terms of your infrastructure investment and delivery. We want to unlock more economic employment opportunities here, enhance connectivity and promote sustainable and integrated human settlements. We've also looked into growth through industrialization, localization, and export promotion to expand manufacturing industries from source-based to knowledge-based manufacturing industries and enable broader economic growth and labor absorption. In terms of your sufficient, secure, and reliable energy supply and green economy initiatives, we want to promote the low carbon economy protection and ecosystem degradation and increase efficiency in the utilization of natural resources, including the creation of green jobs. In terms of agriculture and food security, we want to increase the crop and livestock production to ensure food security and in the process create more employment and small-scale business opportunities, including opening of the new markets domestically and foreign for local commodities, growth and recovery of tourism. We want to drive the implementation of the National Tourism Sector Recovery Plan, focus on the 3 phases, which are named protect and rejuvenate supply, reignite demand, and strengthen the enabling capacity to the sector. The last one being employment stimulus and economic inclusion of women and youth, to intensify public employment programs, to create a large number of jobs in the short term, and increase procurement spend to support women and youth. Let's move to the next one. The next, yes. So this is just our implementation metrics. It's just our implementation metrics to highlight the elements of the implementation plan that is being designed. We can pass this one. You can pass this one. Yes, here, Chair, we have packaged some of the catalytic projects, which we think if we direct investment and we focus on them as a province, they are going to really help in terms of recovering the economy, but also creating jobs, opening opportunities for our SMMEs. And these projects are packaged per district because Mpumalanga has got 3 districts. So these projects, without having to go through them one by one, will be found in the Hlanzeni district. That's how they've been packaged. So can we go to the next one? These ones are for the Nkangala district, Chair. This is what we must expect to see in the Nkangala district. Let's go to the next one, which is Khatsibande. Yes, so these are the projects that will be found in the Khatsibande district as well. Hence, we are talking about the one plan. Let's go to the next one. Yes, we must then look into the enablers to support the ERRP. The first one being the resource mobilization to augment our public purse, because with government alone, we are not going to be able to implement all these projects that we have identified. So we are now on a drive to engage investors and attract investment into the province. And hence we are planning to host the investment summit in October as a province, while we are also starting with our investment roundtable discussions in the following month, which will lead to October. But also to make sure that we strengthen the fight against corruption to restore government's integrity, but make sure that every cent that we are able to secure, it is directed to the purpose that it's supposed to serve. And we'll look into the regulatory reforms for easing and reducing the cost of doing business in the province, both for our domestic and international investors. Building social compacts, these I've already spoken to, for the shared vision to economic growth and development. Hence, we are continuously engaging with a number of key and strategic partners, strengthening the capacity of the state to assume a developmental posture. We have said we must also look internally and probably deal with issues which hamper our capacity to deliver on certain projects at the time when we want to deliver, and the prudent use of our monies. Communications and the digital economy to unlock inclusive growth. This is where the world today is going, and we're saying we don't want to be left behind as a province. We have started through the Minister of Small Business Development, who has launched the 4IR Digital Hub in the province, and we are working very close with them so that we upscale and see more young people going through the incubation, but also deal with many other aspects. Hence, we are forming partnerships with all those that are within the digital space. Skills development and innovation to embrace and remain on the cutting edge of the technology, And here we were saying, with the engagements with the University of Mpumalanga, we need to start to make sure that the skills that are produced by our universities, our FETs, these are skills that are aligned to the demand which the markets are looking for. Support for SMMEs, cooperatives, and startups to drive economic transformation. This goes without saying to say people that should seek to benefit in all these capital projects. We should prioritize our SMMEs and cooperatives and make sure that they are the true beneficiaries of the implementation of these projects. Economic integration into the African continent, and we are taking advantage that where we are bordering Mozambique and Swaziland, and we need to make sure that there is a clear integration and be able to unlock new market opportunities through these activities. Let's move to the next slide. Yes, indeed, we are, you can move. We are saying Mpumalanga is open for business, and these are some of the commitments, investments from the private sector that are destined for Mpumalanga, and already we have agreed with them. Yosasol, PG Bison, Sonio, Arioko, Anglo-American. And let's move, there's the last one. You can move the slide. In terms of the public sector, also Central will be investing a lot in the province. And here we've just summarized some of the opportunities with the high potential of investment. We've just highlighted them. They are there in the whole list of the district-based projects. But here we are highlighting the Ngoma's SEZ, the Mpumalanga International Fresh Produce Market, the Petrochemical Industrial Technology Park, the Ekandastra Park, the Energy, Agriculture and Water. Can you move? I think there's the last one, I'm done. Yes, the tourism one, which speaks to the Babaton Makonjwa Mountain World Heritage Site, which honorable members must find time to come and visit as well. And the Railway Heritage Tourism Project. These are some of the capital projects that we are saying they've got the high potential for investment, and we are engaging investors in terms of that. I think this is the last one. Can you move and just make sure? Yeah, yes, this is the last slide, Chair, but I will not want to go through it because it summarizes mainly all what I was talking about before. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Honorable MEC, for the input. Can I just go back to MEC Mohale, just to conclude? You had the problems of network. Mr. Mohale, Free State. Okay. Let us then move to the next speaker, the Acting HOD, Economic Development, Tourism and Environmental Affairs, KwaZulu-Natal. I didn't see Mr. Smes on the list.
Yes, this is Sixta Sibeta. I'm representing the department.
Okay.
Chairperson. Yes, Chairperson of the NCOP, Deputy Chairperson, all protocol observed.
Sorry, Mr. Smith, are you able to switch on your video? I know you were struggling earlier.
Yes, I'm told that my video setting is not compatible with the setting that is here, but we'll beam the presentation on screen so that members can be able to see.
Okay, can continue.
Yes, Chair. Thank you very much for the opportunity. I'm going to be reading on my side, going with you, whoever is controlling, so that we move very fast. This is a long presentation that I'm not intending on reading word by word. Let's start from slide number 3. that as provided in the guidelines, we want to present an economic overview of the KwaZulu-Natal provincial economy and provide a progress report on the implementation of the KwaZulu-Natal Economic Reconstruction and Transformation Plan. On slide number 4, this summit takes place against a backdrop of a double flooding tragedy in April and May 2022, July 2021 social unrest, effect of the COVID-19 great lockdown in South Africa and global. These triple external shocks had severe socio-economic impact on KwaZulu-Natal, with the result of the low economic growth. Billions worth of rents have been wiped out of the economy due to infrastructure damage, company liquidation, and decline in the tourism. Unemployment breached the 30% mark in the third quarter of 2020. Slide number 5. Our focus on optimizing drivers of economic growth are the following. Private consumption, which we want to measure we want measures to stimulate consumer spending, enhance the EPWP program, social safety nets to guarantee income, investment measures to attract foreign and domestic investment in the provincial economy, incentivize the SEZ and entrepreneur development, government expenditure, infrastructure development, cut red tape, fast-track operationalization of SEDA, external sector, capitalize the AFC, FTA opportunities, export-oriented growth, export development, localization that will create job. On slide number 6, we are saying that much as we have experienced all the challenges that I've already pointed out, we see the light at the end of the tunnel. For example, the KZN competitive and comparative advantage remains strong and the economy is rebounding. South African economy at 1.9 in the first quarter and GDP has returned to its pre-COVID-19 level. Unemployment in the first quarter decelerated to 34.5 from 35 in the fourth quarter of 21. Credit rating agencies, S&P Global has upgraded its outlook for South Africa to a positive from stable. Increased liquidity to the private sector through relief measures is expected to boost economic recovery. Favorable terms of trade, it's another positive. Higher than expected tax revenue, increased appetite by social partners to implement social compact. On slide number 7, we are saying as KwaZulu-Natal, this is what has been achieved thus far in terms of the investment confidence to boost the provincial economy. We have got, for example, the Tetra Pak packaging manufacturing company, which has committed a 500 million company expansion project, web help call center, web help call center investment of 500 million, which will create initial 350 jobs with over 2,000 jobs in the next 2 years. CMT Global, the company is investing 360 million in Ezakeni Industrial Estate. There will be a 15-ton dye house with 500 jobs and phase 1 of their sewing plant to create 1,000 jobs. Hesto Harness, the company manufacturers wiring harness for automotive industry. The company invested 950 million to build a new manufacturing plant, creating 3,500 jobs. Kerry Additive, Kerry Foods is an international leader in taste and nutrition products, has invested 650 million in Hammersdale, creating initially 200 jobs. Pepco, 1.5 billion investment in its logistics facility base at the Kensington Business Park in Hammersdale, creating 2,200 jobs. Radisson Blue Hotel, they've invested 4.5 billions. Transnet Port Authority Bayhead Road upgrade, rail mass evacuation, Cato Ridge Dry Port. On slide number 8, Nyanza Light Metals, they've invested 4.6 billion. Investec Property invested 6.5 billion. RBM Zelti South, the RBM Zelti South is committing to 6.5 billion. Resort, they've committed about 800 million with the job opportunities of 2,000 jobs. Velma, 1.3 billion. Toyota, 2.6 billion. N2, N3 upgrade. Again, a lot of job opportunities has been created. On slide number 9, we are saying that despite the firm recovery, domestic constraint still prevalent. We still have a challenge around the energy constraint, access to quality education, high joblessness for youth, crime and corruption, climate change, cost of doing business, just to mention the few. Let's move quickly to slide number 11. We are saying that the KZN Economic Recovery and Transformation Plan will be implemented along these institutional arrangements that include the provincial, the national, the public entities, and the state-owned enterprises. Moving to slide number 12, the process, flow, and methodology is stated there, which I'm not going to go in detail. Safe to say that we are having industry engagement with the social partners, implementation of various projects. This will be implemented across slide number 18, across the cross-cutting policy imperative for recovery. Can you move to slide number 13, please? This will include spatial transformation that will address underdevelopment, economic modernization, broadband connectivity, localization, regional integration, gender mainstreaming, commonality of purpose, goal congruence, beneficiation and value addition, public-private partnership, and all this will ensure that we implement the strategic intervention for economic transformation in the province that include the bulk buying, warehousing, revitalization of township and rural economy, the Black Industrialist Program, and the targeted procurement. Moving quickly to slide number 14, here we are trying to show the labor intensity of KwaZulu-Natal industry. Can you move to slide number 14, please? This will be implemented, slide number 14, Secretariat. You are still stuck on slide number 13. Yes, on that slide. This shall be implemented on the labor intensity of KwaZulu-Natal as stated here. I'm not going to go in detail. On slide number 15, candidate sectors for quick wins job interventions are service call centers, clothing and textile, wood and wood products, transport equipment. Can you move to the slide number 15? Slide, yes, on that slide. Yesteryear, labor-intensive sectors such as mining and agriculture have become highly mechanized. Can we move to slide number 16? We are showing here our intervention. Can you move to slide number 16, Secretariat? Slide number 16. I'm moving faster than you. Slide number 16.
It is on slide 16.
Okay. Agriculture economic recovery interventions programs in the areas of red meat, piggery, layers, vegetable, broilers, multi-planting season program, equipment support. Moving quickly to slide number 17, we will also focus on pharmaceutical, Dube Trade Port, SEZ. This sector will be implemented through localization, accelerated the investment into the pharmaceutical industry, health and medical suppliers, more especially letter of intent received from the CIPLA shall also be implemented in this area. On slide number 18, we also support the small enterprises like the cooperatives that are in the township and rural areas through what we call Operation Vula Fund, where we assist the small companies in the 3 tiers to purchase the equipment, the material in 3 tiers, those from zero to 200,000, second tier 200,000 to 500,000, tier 3 500,000 to 2 million. If you look at the first phase of this fund on slide number 19, we can report that people that have been approved in terms of gender, we've got 51 men and 49% women. Our target is to have 50-50 in the second phase. If you look at in terms of the age, we are having 60% adult and 40% youth. Again, we want to increase the number of the youth, maybe to be at a level of the provincial target, which is 50%. Moving quickly to slide number 20, here we are reflecting the support in terms of the sectors. Which sectors is this fund dispersed? These are the sectors on slide number 20. On slide number 21, we will want to continue to report that for bulk buying program, 550 rural and township shops, physical profile across KZN, source resources and train them on business skills. Recommissioning of Mandeni warehousing management supervisor and gender. On slide number 22, Operation Vula, we want to report that 4 additional districts has been added to the RASET program in addition to 5 districts that were initially prioritized. On slide number 23, here we are reporting more on the infrastructure development program. We are stating what has been done, more especially in the sectors that has value chain with almost every sector, such as metal fabrication, plastic, forestry, timber, glass, steel industry, mining and quarry tooling. These are the areas where we want our people to participate, but we're also saying that this sector employs about 219,613, made up of 134.5 in the formal sector and 85.0.2. The sector is also dominated by youth and SMMEs, which provide an opportunity for us to deal with youth unemployment. On slide number 24, I'm not going to dwell much. We are reporting on the project on the N3 project development, where we are saying currently 14 projects under construction, approximately 8 billion under construction, approximately 7,000 jobs to be created through this initiative. Update on the N2 project packaging on slide number 25. Again, we are reporting here in terms of the infrastructure development. I'm not going to dwell much because of the time constraint. On slide number 26, again, is still infrastructure development, where we are giving a breakdown in terms of the project, in terms of infrastructure expenditure. In 2020-21, capital projects investment, which is 668.3, maintenance, which is 1.4. Again, I'm not going to dwell much on that one. Update on other major provincial road upgrade. I'm not going to dwell much. Moving quickly to slide number 28, update on the port infrastructure development. We are saying KZN Port Master Plan. The KZN Port Master Plan include the ports of Durban and Richards Bay. The strategy for the KZN Ports Master Plan is as follows. The port of Durban is to be positioned as a container hub. The port of Richards Bay is to handle the dry bulk relocate from the port of Durban. We continue with the report there, which I'm not going to read in detail. Slide number 29, where the strategic port issues, just to highlight a few, is that KZN Port must play a catalyst role in developing and advancing the province. They need to improve operational efficiency of the port, the expediency in the rebuilding of infrastructure damaged by flood is another opportunity. Slide number 30, regional airport infrastructure development. We are upgrading Umkhuze Airport, Market Airport, Newcastle Airport, without going in details with a detailed report there. Slide number 31, public infrastructure project. The Department of Public Works is implementing over 1,600 projects for various departments. infrastructure capital projects amounting to 3 billion is under construction. Again, we are giving the regions what is happening, number of jobs created, anticipated jobs that are there. I'm not going to go in detail. Public infrastructure projects, again, Sidari Agricultural Lab, Phoenix Service Office, Osizweni, 230 Prince Alfred, Nongoma, Enyogeni, and the likes. I'm not going to go in details. Infrastructure, again, I'm jumping on that one. Arts and culture, on slide number 34, new infrastructure projects. We are giving a progress report there. New infrastructure project ready for implementation in the medium term. We are giving the progress report on what is happening on that one. Slide number 35, telecommunication and digital economy, connectivity and broadband connection. Project management office established, resource to head the office, seconded by BPI and awaiting consultation. Again, we are giving a progress report on the progress that has happened there. Slide number 36, technology hubs. We are giving a progress report on what is happening in Richards Bay, Renkonyeni, Newcastle. Slide number 37, clothing and textile. Clothing and textile contributes about 1% of KwaZulu-Natal GDP, largest manufacturing employer in the province, one of the most labor-intensive sectors in the province that is employing about 90,000 people in the formal sector and close to 10,000. We are giving the progress report on what is happening with the SEZ establishment. Ocean economy, slide number 38, ocean economy, we are giving a progress report on what is happening there. Because of a time constraint, I'm not going to dwell much. Safe to say that construction is underway, construction at 70%, fish processing at 40%. Again, I'm not going to go in detail. Slide number 39, informal economy. As part of the revitalization of the township economy, we are reporting on what is happening in terms of the informal economy, where 150 new informal traders installed and 50 bins provided. Again, I'm not going to dwell much on the regions, but we are reflecting there what is happening in Umsunduzi, Okahlamba, Greater Kokstati, Umvoti, Tubatuba, and the likes. Creative and sport industry, again, because of the time constraint, I'm not going to cover that one. Slide number 41, tourism. Again, we are reporting on what is happening within the tourism sector. Let me jump quickly to the last two slides, where on slide number 46, Secretariat, we are reporting that funding instrument available within ETA. I've reported on Operation Vula Fund. I've also reported here on bulk buying program that is helping the township, spaza shops, radical agrarian socio-economic transformation that is dealing with the food value chain and the supply of the fresh produce and meat in the hospital through Operation Vula Fund, opening up opportunities for SMMEs. The last slide, number 47, where we just want to state here that the economic growth in the province would want to stimulate rural and township economy, implementing the KZN 7 interventions in terms of the township and rural economic revitalization, smart urbanization, stability of global market, Russia and Ukraine crisis, to make use of the opportunities that is provided by this crisis, investment promotion and investment protection, stability of energy supply, stability of global supply chain, stimulate fast-track implementation of social compact, containment of COVID-19, so that we open up the opportunities for economy, speed of rebuilding ports, post-unrest and flood, social cohesion, more especially dealing with the problem of the business forums that are affecting a lot of development. With those few words, thank you very much, Chairperson. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much for the presentation. I was concerned about the 34 slides of Mpumalanga. You have 47. But I think at some stage, the Office of the Deputy Chair will make these presentations. They are very good, available to all members. The next and the last speaker under this program is the MEC. I have been given a new program. I've got the old one here. MEC for Finance, Economic Development, Environmental Affairs and Tourism, Eastern Cape. MEC Mvoko, who is a semi-permanent delegate of NCOP. He has participated in 6 budget votes this year, and also appeared when we were voting for the employment equity and the COIT. That's why I call him a semi-permanent delegate. Over to you, MC Mvoko.
Thank you very much, and greetings to you, Honorable House Chair. Greetings to the Deputy Chairperson of the NCOP, Honorable Lucas, Honorable members of the NCOP, ministers and deputy ministers, MECs from other provinces, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Honorable members, the Eastern Cape developed an economic reconstruction and recovery plan aligned to that of national government as our response to COVID-19. The main objectives of the plan were to enable economic growth and job creation. So the Eastern Cape Economic Recovery Plan is anchored by 5 pillars: infrastructure development to enable economic growth, placing a focus on sectors that account for a growing share of production and employment for development and revitalization of provincial industrial platforms, and implementation of strategic infrastructure projects, including strengthening the process of accessing national infrastructure funding opportunities. And the second one is industrialization and sector development, which is about managing the risks while harnessing the emerging opportunities associated with the agri-industry, automotive manufacturing, tourism and oceans economy, amongst others. Also, equitable and inclusive transformation is about including strengthening collaboration and integration between the national relief instruments and provincial and local governments to enhance access to national and provincial relief funds by SMEs and informal traders. And the last pillar is the digital transformation, leveraging economic growth opportunities associated with the digital economy through science, technology, and innovation, public finances. The public finances, innovation, public finances, the last one. Ongoing investor mobilization, leveraging private capital, and provision of fiscal and economic stimulus through the various provincial instruments. The province has identified infrastructure as the heart of economic recovery, as it is an enabler for investment attraction and lending. A decision was taken for the strengthening of the provincial project packaging and implementation capacity in order to increase opportunities of accessing provincial and national infrastructure funding opportunities. The focus on the catalytic projects, the focus is on the packaging, development, and implementation of key infrastructure projects, ranging from road infrastructure, sector development infrastructure, and catalytic interventions. The province is earmarking the National Infrastructure Support Program and the budget facility for infrastructure. During the 2020-21, the province managed to progress under the SEEDS 3 as 3 Eastern Cape projects were gazetted by the Minister of Public Works and Infrastructure in July 2020. And those projects include Mzimvubu Water Project and the N2 nodal development. The packaging of BFI projects has been initiated with the appointment of the Kuha Development Corporation as an implementer owing to its proven capacity in the space of infrastructure development at regional, national level, as well as in the African continent.
Notwithstanding the perennial challenges encountered during the implementation of the projects I have alluded to, the province has, however, recorded significant progress in the period under review. On the Mzimvu Water Project, following the gazetting of the Mzimvu Water Project, the Minister of Water and Sanitation launched an advanced infrastructure program. The program is anchored by the construction of an access road to the project site, which is currently underway. In addition, in 2021, the process of delivering the Mzimvu Water Project was initiated through a two-stage procurement process that is to be concluded in September 2022. On the N2 nodal development, one of the N2 nodal developments is Strategic Economic and Housing Provision Intervention Program in Gqeberha, which include applicable and relevant private sector partners. It is identified and approved as a strategic development area for social and economic upliftment of the region and its communities. For this reason, it has been declared as a priority human settlement and housing development area, as well as a strategic integrated project. There are 4 more projects that are packaged as the Bay West Development Company, Phase 1, which is the development of the super regional mall, retail offices, hospital and residential. On the Phase 2 includes private marketing, market residential, retail, light industrial. And on the N2, which is the second one, is the N2 North Development. It's a mixed use, subsidized and affordable residential and retail. And there's an Utopia Development, which is between public and private. It's a mixed use, affordable residential and internal and limited retail facilities. And the last one is an informal settlement, mixed use, subsidized and affordable residential with a regional hospital and other facilities. On the N2 Wild Coast Highway project, the other strategic project of province gazetted by the national government is the N2 Wild Coast Highway project, which constitutes a 410-kilometer stretch of road from East London to Mdavuma River on the border between the Eastern Cape and KwaZulu-Natal. The other 112-kilometer length of this road is on greenfield alignment between Ndwalane near Port St. John's and the Mdavuma River near Port Edward, including 2 mega bridge structures on the Msikaba and Tendu rivers. There are 7 additional major river bridges and numerous interchange bridges, frequent under overpasses, access points, and new or upgraded local access roads to ensure easy mobility, connectivity, and access to socio-economic opportunities for affected communities. As an enabler for economic growth, the province has recorded a considering progress on roads infrastructure projects that we announced in 2021. The last phase of N2 to SPAY 2 is currently at 30% complete. The resale of DR 08012, which is Matatiela to Maluti, is at 60%. The Phase 2 of the Willowfield to Blessa Road up to Msengeni Junction, currently at 82%. Phase 1 of the Kulega Nature Reserve project, currently at 90%. Service level agreement with Inem Kijima for Phase 4 of the Thornhill and Solwana Reserve to 12 kilometers, that is currently 95%. There are many others. On industrial parks, the revitalization and development program, honorable members, the revitalization of our state-owned industrial parks remains one of the top priorities in the province. These parks are currently undergoing upgrades to provide world-class services to current and future industrial investors in the province. Through support from DTIC, the State and Provincial Economic Stimulus Fund funding of 304 million was allocated for the upgrading of infrastructure in the parks, with a resultant 460 construction jobs and 46 operational jobs created during the year. The parks have secured a total of 14 investors with an investment value of 1.2 billion. The parks are all over the province, thus ensuring spread of industrial infrastructure and include Vulindlela, Timbaza, Patawe, Somerset East. The Wild Coast Industrial Park in Tata is a new addition to the portfolio and is at the development stages with 35 million rand invested for security fencing and 49.5 million rand for bulk infrastructure. The park has an investment pipeline of 1 billion rand of agro-processing companies with a mixture of local and foreign investors. On the sector of infrastructure development, agricultural infrastructure, in promoting agricultural development, 160.5 million rand was spent in support of smallholder farmers with infrastructure ranging from livestock, horticulture, and grain production infrastructure. There were 350 livestock enterprises that were supported. The infrastructure projects are inclusive of dipping facilities, boreholes for stock water, animal handling facilities, etc. On tourism infrastructure, the development of infrastructure is vital for the revival of the tourism sector. The outbreak of COVID-19 delayed the implementation of tourism infrastructure projects. However, it's important to mention that the Bavian's Mega Reserve World Heritage Site Interpretive Center project and the Leopard Trail project and the Leopard Trail Hikers Huts were completed in February 2022. Both projects were handed over to ECPTA as assets. Projects implemented at various beaches through the National Department of Tourism Infrastructure Program for 21 million rand in environmental protected infrastructure program funded through the Department of Fisheries, Forestry and the Environment valued at 95.7 million are being implemented and are in various stages towards completion. Four projects that are implemented by ECPTA, 11 SMMEs were contracted and 418 jobs created with over 7 million rand expenditure. On the tourism sector development, the Provincial Tourism Recovery Plan was developed to support the sector as it was one of the significantly affected by the COVID-19 regulations, and through the implementation of an unprecedented increase in the number of domestic tourists who visited the Eastern Cape province in 2020 was observed. South African tourism reported that in 2020, despite ravaging COVID-19 pandemic, there were 3 million domestic trips. This has placed the Eastern Cape at #1 in the country in terms of all domestic trips undertaken. The amount generated is estimated at 7.3 billion. The performance was backed by a very aggressive marketing campaign launched through ECPTA, and the results have exceeded all imaginations. On the manufacturing sector, to support the manufacturing sector, it did develop and implemented a systematic approach to support industrial and service-related companies that are in distress in the province. The nature of the support entailed the implementation of a manufacturing support center and COVID-19 business support portal, which is web-based portals, which with functionality allowing distressed companies to log their distressed nature and then being provided with assistance from TDIT and other social partners, namely EXEC, IDC, NEF, and relevant municipalities and provincial department. In 2020, 321 companies were supported with financial and non-financial support, which impacted a total of 9,063 jobs. On the Job Stimulus Fund, we also implemented the Job Stimulus Fund and approved a total of 63 companies at a value of 41.1 million rand, saving 2,026 jobs. Honorable members, the province also benefited in the rollout of the programs to support business established by the Department of Employment and Labor, thus contributing towards reducing the impact of COVID-19. On government market access program, the provincial government continued with the provision government market opportunities for local manufacturers and SMEs as means of providing for localization and sustainable jobs creation. Building from the 61.6% achievement in the budget spent on Eastern Cape-based companies, a target of 60% LED procurement spent against provincial goods and service budget was set. The total procurement spend for 2021 financial year amounted to 13.6 billion rand, and out of this amount, 7.4 billion rand was spent on Eastern Cape-based suppliers. On the energy sector, the province is engaged in a number of energy projects to support the country's electricity generation. the round 5 of the National Renewable Energy Procurement Program, 2 wind energy projects were awarded in the Eastern Cape in October 2021. The province has been working to provide institutional support to relevant projects as they work towards financial close. The province is supporting the development of a liquid natural gas hub at the Kucha SEZ and Port of Ngqutra. The Kucha SEZ has progressed the readiness of liquid natural gas by conducting work in various environmental impact assessments, various techno-economic assessments, stakeholder engagement, and electrical grid analysis. Furthermore, Kucha SEZ concluded a joint development agreement with the Central Energy Fund and Transnet for the development of gas infrastructure. On oceans economy, as a province that is endowed with coastal resource, oceans economy is one of the sectors that were identified by economic growth. In this regard, aquaculture development construction on phase 1 of the Kucha aquaculture development zone commenced in September 2020 to realize oceans economy. This phase will see the unlocking of close to 100 hectares of industrial properties inside Kucha SEZ in order to create an investment-ready platform for future aquaculture farms and processing facilities. The total aquaculture zone size is a 440 hectares development. The project is currently under construction and practical completion date for phase 1 is at end of June 2022. The expected impact on the geographic economy of the Eastern Cape is job creation of 700 permanent jobs from the farming of 1,000 tons of abalone and 200 jobs from 1,000 tons of fish farming, while the construction of the AGZ will create 500 jobs. At this stage, 4 letters of intent were signed with aquaculture investors. The honorable members, there is consensus that broad-based economic growth and empowerment can only be achieved through a strong SME sector. To develop this potential, the province has established a development fund whose objective is to stimulate SME development through access to capital. This fund will further target large-scale commercially sound projects in partnership with the private sector. The fund will be a vehicle for leveraging both local and international investment. The fund has been allocated 35 million rand for 2022-2023. We've allocated 25.8 million rand for the Job Stimulus Fund in keeping existing business in operation to create jobs. The Department of Economic Development, Environmental Affairs and Tourism in the province has also supported 27 cooperatives in the last financial year to a tune of over 30 million rand, where 153 jobs were created. We're utilizing the local and regional economic development fund instrument to provide financial support in the local and regional economy. This financial support is implemented in the form of a grant to legally registered enterprises meeting the requirements of the department. An amount of 90 million rand has been allocated in the 2022-23 financial year. On informal business support, we are at the advanced stages of the rollout of the informal business support program that we initiated last year. With a budget of 40 million rand, the program focused on 4 identified sectors, namely clothing and textile, manufacturing, automotive, aftermarket support, interventions, and the services sector. This program will see about 1,000 micro and informal business supported with equipment, machinery, and inputs for approximately 30,000 rand per successful applicant. The disbursements are currently being processed by ECDC to all successful applicants. Excuse me. Honorable Chair, at the heart of our economic reconstruction recovery plan is the goal of building a new, fast-growing and more inclusive economy propelled by greater levels of public and private sector. The province continues to embark on a sustainable economic recovery through our very own SEZs. As part of our support, the province is allocating 90 million rand in 2022-23, 19.8 in 23-24, and 20.71 million in 24-25 to Kucha Development Corporation as their operational expenditure. The Eastland Industrial Development Zone continues with its strides in positioning the zone as the investment destination in the Eastern Cape. At the end of the third quarter of the 2021-2022 2021-22 financial year, an investment amount valued at 20.5 billion rand had already been recorded for 85 potential investors, and this will create 10,059 job opportunities. For this financial year, an amount of 37 million rand is allocated to the Eastern and ITZ for auto sector manufacturing incubator. The other 37 million rand will come from TTIC. We can proudly announce that the Eastern and ITZ has attracted 6 new investors with an investment value of 958 million rand. Over and above this, the zone opened and operationalized 12 new factories, creating much needed economic activity in our province. In addition, the Kukha Development Corporation has secured 7 new investors with an investment value of more than 100 million. These investments brought a combined total private sector investment of more than 3 billion rand, mainly on plant and machinery. As I conclude, Honorable Chair, we are willing to work with the department in all efforts that aimed at bringing about development into the province of the Eastern Cape. The recent economic shocks that have taken place have reminded us that we have not adequately and aggressively dealt with the spatial design of the structure of the economy of the past. By agreement, a targeted focus to achieve economic development and job creation objectives shall continuously bear its fruit from the foundations we lay today into the future. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mfogo. Without wasting any time, I will now hand over to the Honorable Deputy Chairperson of the NCOP to deal with the session 4 that deals with the interactive discussions, questions and inputs. Over to you, Honorable Deputy Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable High. Honorable members, delegates, participants, we are now going to the last session, and I want members to indicate whether there is anyone of you that would love to engage with the presentations as done by at least 6 of our provinces. Is it 6 or 7? But we do have the presentations. We had the presentations. So is there anyone that want to engage with these presentations? We will allow a few minutes of discussion. There's very rich information. And we really believe that if this information or if this projects and this plans is being implemented, we might see a better position, particularly with regards to job creation and the recovery of the economy. I will allow if anyone want to involve.
Honorable Chairperson.
Who is speaking?
Honorable Deputy Chairperson is Kakuna Frank-Lomelang from Northwest. My MEC has requested me to be in this platform and to do presentation for Northwest. I was just raising that issue, Honorable Deputy Chairperson.
I'm very much conflicted because we were not informed in time that there would be someone representing Northwest. How much time do you really need since you are here?
Chairperson, I do think within allocated 15 minutes, I'll be able to finish the presentation. Thank you.
Just for the mere fact that you really need to have that information, we will allow you, but we will also request that you request your MEC that we need to respect the NCOP. You are invited, and we need to be informed in time if there is arrangements made by the province. So I will give you the 15 minutes since we are here, and I'm sure the delegates from Northwest would love to know what is the plans. You may continue.
Thanks, Deputy Chairperson, Mayor Sylvia Lucas, ministers in the platform, deputy ministers, HODs, CEO of public entities, ladies and gentlemen. I'll just move to slide 3 of the presentation. Honorable members, we have observed that South Africans have a propensity to prefer and buy imported goods relative to goods that have been produced in South Africa. Every year, it's estimated that South Africa spends 25% of the national wealth on goods that are important specifically from other countries. According to the Development Corporation, for every job created or sustained in the manufacturing industry, 4 jobs are created or sustained. And this honorable person indicates the direct and indirect multipliers of the manufacturing sector. I also want to indicate that the province, like the rest of the country, is focusing at localization, which is at the heart of the government strategy to create sustainable jobs and to build an economic base for lasting prosperity. During 2020 and during 2021, when we have been experiencing the impact of COVID-19, a number of small producers increased their capacity in relation to playing and manufacturing of products that were supporting within the COVID value chain. We have observed, Chairperson, that South Africans, when they do decisions in terms of purchasing products, normally they look at the product, they look at price and other areas. They are not necessarily looking and supporting and choosing a local product. In 2019, Honorable Chairperson, the department hosted a session in all the 4 districts of the province through bi-local campaigns in partnership with Proudly South Africans. This was basically to call South Africans in the Northwest to support local businesses so that they become profitable and also to generate jobs. I will indicate that in this workshop, we mainly targeted women. As we know, they are main decision makers in terms of purchasing goods and services for their families. On the 27th of August in 2019, we hosted a workshop in Hunters Rest to encourage all the stakeholders to focus on buying locally made products to contribute to job creation, skills development, technology, and basically to grow the local economy. In 2019, 2020, I would like to indicate that the province developed their own recovery strategy based on the national strategy that was released by the president on the 20th of October in 2019. But the focus was looking at the recovery plan for the Northwest Province. The strategy focused on recovery in the agricultural and agro-processing sector in line with the National Agricultural Master Plan that had been developed, SMME support intervention, retail support intervention, transport and logistics. As you know that Northwest Province is mainly the mining province. We also look at mineral and mineral beneficiation and tourism, which was highly impacted as a result of closure of transport and the airline industry in early 2020. I can indicate that the former premier on the 20th of August, he hosted a private sector stakeholder engagement session, primarily just to afford the private sector which are the drivers of economic growth and economic development, to be able to make inputs in the recovery plans before they were finalized. I can indicate that they have been approved at the level of the joint cluster, and they will be presented to the Executive Council for approval. But for the current financial year, the departments in the province were instructed in terms of implementing those recovery plans. As you know, Chairperson, that Northwest, it's a very rural province. The department established what is called an empowerment fund. The program basically supports businesses with machinery and equipment to enable them to participate in the local economy and also to reduce their cost of doing business. One of the beneficiaries of the program, which is Holo based in Potchefstroom, has secured a contract with buy and build, and that led to increase of adding additional 4 employees to the current 8 in terms of supplying buy and build with manufactured doors, as you see in the slide. We also prioritize the Matlosana textile hub within the clothing and apparel, footwear and leather sectors. As you know, that Matlosana originally had been an area mainly for mining. And towards 1994, mining has been declined. And what we have experienced is that the mining sector has left the infrastructure that we, through this project, we just have repurposed it for the textile hub. This intervention comprises of 14 primary cooperatives that are doing cutting, trimming, and design. They are supported in terms of design by a secondary company, doing material sources, and they are producing all types of garments for various industries. The intention of the province, Chairperson, is basically to convert this into a hub in line with the national clothing, textile, footwear, and leather master plan that had been developed. I can also indicate that through the Mafikeng local municipality, they started the process of designating an industrial park in close proximity to the Mabato airport. The industrial park is basically at a planning stage, and it will be proclaimed soon, Chairperson, specifically by the municipality. In relation to anchor projects, in relation to the Bojanala SEZ, I can confirm that the province submitted an application for designation in May in 2019. It was approved at the level of the SEZ board. But when it went to the cabinet on the 14th of August in 2019, they raised few issues related to that the province need to strengthen the business case. I can confirm that we have strengthened the business case for the Bojanala SEZ, focusing on agro-processing, mineral beneficiation, manufacturing, and light equipment manufacturing. I can indicate, Chairperson, that we'll be ready to resubmit to the Cabinet by the end of the second quarter in 2023. We have received a number of investors that have committed that they will invest in the Northwest SEZ. The initial value of investment was around 8.2 billion. But when they got information that we have not yet been designated, one of the company, Mineral Beneficiation, decided to locate. We are not losing that investment closer to mining as it's dealing with mineral processing. Currently, we have 6 investors that have the potential to create around 1,050 jobs with an investment of around 4 billion. The interaction with the investors is ongoing so that they don't lose interest in the project. In relation to stimulating township and rural economy, slide 17. As you know that Northwest is a very rural province, Chairperson. The department has partnered with the Baking Council of South Africa, which is BICSA, to provide training in baking and confectionery, and to empower members through training to produce a fortified bread. As you know that the school nutrition program, which is feeding our children at school, they only purchase fortified bread with nutrients. I can safely say 15 cooperatives in different villages in the Northwest, Chairperson, had been supported. There is a picture of all of them in page 18 of this presentation. I can also indicate that through the Empowerment Fund, which basically support startup enterprises with machinery and equipment for them to be able to operate and start specifically their businesses. We normally advertise every year. I can confirm that through the Empowerment Fund, we've got about 750 applications, out of which 115 had been approved to the value of around 15 million. So we'll continue with the program. I also want to indicate that in the 2021-2022, in response to the challenge of unemployed youth or the high need rate, we developed a separate intervention targeted specifically to support youth that want to enter into business. We also established a chairperson in partnership with CEDA, the Mahikeng Incubation Hub. Every year, the current Mahikeng Incubation Digital Hub. Every year, they are incubating youth. Currently, we have 30 companies that are going different levels of incubation in the hub, in areas of prototype development, product development, carcass development, materials development. And we are working with other stakeholders in terms of finding those initiatives for them to establish a sustainable business. We also, in partnership with Productivity SA in 2021, established a fund. We called it a turnaround solution. This was the response to challenges, turnaround fund solution. It was mainly responding to the challenges that business were experiencing during the hardcore closure, where they were unable to trade, and majority of them during that time they lost market, and we responded. We are continuing this year in 2022-23 with the program, Chairperson. In relation to youth skills, youth technical skills, as you know that our roads in the province, they are in a very bad condition. The department has allocated 6.7 million in partnership with the construction SETA, basically to train 120 youth while they are receiving a stipend in NQF level 5 road maintenance qualification, and also in terms of bringing the skills in terms of SMME support. We have partnered with Services SETA to provide skills to graduates as a candidacy business advisor while getting the stipend. 100 have been enrolled, and the program will be running for 12 months. We also have a business advisory for matriculants. The program is running for 6 months while they are getting a stipend. Upon completion, each and every graduate will be given, Chairperson, at least 5 SMMEs to support. In the best interest of time, that's the end of my presentation, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Honorable members, I want to apologize for that. It's just that we have not been properly informed that there would be a representative from Northwest, and that is why it was not, the program was not amended as such. But we have got someone from Northwest, and I'm just asking again, is there anyone that want to engage with the program, with the reports or the presentations? So if none, we just want to then conclude on our business as we have been coming on, and we will now just acknowledge the protocol as being observed, including those of the House chairpersons. And I think we all agree that at the center of building a new society is the need to address socio-economic inequalities, which breed social ills such as high levels of violence, gender-based violence, and femicide. As we have been listening to all the presentations, it is clear that there is a need for more integrated cooperation in governance. To this end, the district development model requires all spheres of government to be actively involved in the process of integrated planning, budgeting, and implementation in each of the 52 district or metro spaces. We need a municipal rescue plan that is premised on an understanding of why previous plans failed and also take into account the current realities. We fully agree with the submission made by the Parliamentary Budget Office on the transformation of the financial sector. We agree on the basis that the allocation of capital greatly influences patterns of ownership and production in the economy. So why is great transformation and economic inclusion in the financial service sector being so slow, seriously lacking, and at best regressing? We've listened to the presentation by Honorable Dr. Dlamini Zuma when she made some practical examples as to how we can make sure that there is transformation in the economy, but also particularly in the financial sector, by possibly bringing in issues like municipal or village banks that can actually respond to the direct needs of people in villages or in townships to access finances or resources to be able to build their businesses. Why is it that even after more than 25 years of our democratic dispensation, we still need to create the economic ecosystem necessary for the transformation of the financial services sector to thrive through an integrated planning environment that encourages transformative venture to take hold and succeed? I repeat, the practical proposals by the Honorable Dlamini Zuma, some of the things that we need to see as to how we can make sure we implement that, particularly through the different models as being proposed. We will need to increase the inclusivity outcome of growth, and this can only happen by means of increasing the employment intensity of growth, especially in the low-skill segments of the labor market. Given that we are not competitive in the low-skill segments, we need to be far more bolder and more creative in how we use our tax regime to incentivize the creation of new jobs, especially among young people. Distinguished delegates, allow me to express our appreciation to all the participants at this event. We thank you for the thought-provoking inputs and presentations. We need to process these inputs, and we will do so, and we will embark on outcome-based oversight to ensure that the ideas are being turned into tangible programs with clear timeframes for implementation. COVID-19 has meant that the national conversation is about inclusive economic growth, and the economic recovery plan provides us with the opportunity to achieve a sustainable economic future. To our strategic partners, we will continue to knock on your doors for support, for knowledge sharing, and for accelerating and deepening our democratic gains, which are currently threatened by the sluggish economic growth. We will also rely on our cluster chairpersons in the NCOP to assist us to further process the undertakings made as we all work cohesively and cooperatively through strong social and resilient compacts to realize the objectives of the ERRP. I really want to express our sincere appreciation to each and everyone that really brought out your time today to be part of this very important event. And in the follow-up, we would love you to still participate with us so that we can, through our oversight role, but also through our engagement with different stakeholders, make sure that we eventually achieve what we are envisaging through the ERRP, and to make sure that we've got steady economic growth with the outcomes of job creation. With all of that said and done, let me really appreciate all of you, and let me thank those that have been together with ourselves responsible for the for conceptualizing and also for arranging this very important event. To all the ministers, other than Minister Dlamini Zuma and Deputy Minister Moloi, the others that have also joined us today. We appreciate your sustained support for our programs and for the fact that the NCOP is more and more becoming a very important role player in making sure that the debate or the ideological engagement continues. Once more, also thank you to the two other presiding officers that assisted to preside over this very important event. And I really want to thank all of you and wish you a blessed weekend. For NA members, enjoy the fact that you are ready on constituency in the NCOP. We are soldiering on. Thank you very much. God bless.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Mahlobo.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair.
Ambassador, you're welcome.
Thank you, Chair.
My darling.
My momzo, Mama. Thank you, Mama.
Thank you, Mama. I hope KwaZulu-Natal is not as cold as Uppington.
Not at all, Mama. I love you, Mama.
Love you
I
too.
love you, Mama. Oh, thank you.
Thank you,
great.
Mama. At least NCOP members, we only have one more big event for this quarter. This next Friday, the Women's Charter report back in the Northern Cape.
Thank you, Deputy Chair.
Yes. I can't see. Let me just put my glasses. Thank you very much, Kenny. It was just good. Thank you. Thank you, Judy. Malibongwe. Dedre. Malibongwe.
Igama lamakhosikazi.
Malibongwe. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
We will be leaving now.
Recording stopped.